every single moment we're in that cage. And so when my job is over, as soon as that ref stops it, right, now I just want to show respect to the other man in the ring, right, the dance partner. I can't do this without him, and vice versa. That respect, and, you know, my old wrestling coach told me you got to act like you've been there. Right, so I've been visualizing this win for the last 8 weeks, so when it happens, I'm not surprised. So all respect to my opponent.
I gotta ask you one thing about that flurry. I know you touched on it a second ago, but did you catch, like, he actually gave you a little finger wag in there too during that whole moment?
Dude, there was actually a lot of like commentary throughout the entire fight. Man, we were shaking our head, we were dancing, smiling at each other. Yeah, I mean, whether he was doing or I was doing, we were pretty vocal in a positive way too.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, usually when we see guys be so friendly, sometimes the fight doesn't necessarily play out like it did. Has that ever been a thing for you where it's like you kind of have to, you need an animosity, so to speak, or does that not affect you at all?
It's absolutely not, and this is just my belief, and that friends fight harder, right? Because what happens when you hate the guy, you don't want to lose the guy, and so you fight like you don't want to lose, right? But Rafael Alves, I love that dude, and so both him and I respect and loved each other, and so we got out there, we performed to the best of our ability. We were taking chances, we were having fun, and I think that's what the audience wants to see. So I think fighters need to be friends more often and manage to beat their friends up.
I guess lastly for me, like, how soon do you want to get back in there?
November, because I'm here trying to celebrate Christmas. So if we can find a lightweight that wants to step in before, that'd be great.
Me too.
I know, right? Thank you so much, guys.
There we go. We got Drew Dober right there on MMA Weekly. I actually called that one if you've been watching all week. He was a big dog, Drew Dober. Welcome to MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277. What is up, fight fans? Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. It's powered by my bookie tonight. Amanda Nunes, Julianna Pena, the rematch. Julianna Pena got Amanda the last time. This time, the Lioness legacy is on the line. The pride. You like that? Lioness pride. See that? Lioness pride. Amanda's got that on the line, too. One of the biggest upsets in UFC history last time out. Bettors made a lot of money on that one with my bookie. You can take our analysis, or you can choose from dozens of real fighter predictions so you can make an informed decision. Get your bets in now for Anthony Smith and Magomed Ankalaev, a big dog Lionheart, a former title contender. And we're looking forward to seeing what he can do. Look, Thiago Santos and Volkan Ozdemir have already fallen to Magomed Ankalaev, and that's usually the triumvirate right there. Santos, Ozdemir, and Anthony Smith, you beat those guys, you make it to the top, but Anthony Smith wants to make it back to the top as well. You got Alex Perez and Alejandro Pantoja tonight, and Alexandre Pantoja looking forward to a big performance. Derrick Lewis, the Black Beast, the all-time knockout leader in UFC history, is going for another one against Sergey Pavlovich. And then you got Brandon Moreno and Kai Kara-France for the interim flyweight title. And, of course, the aforementioned GOAT/Lioness, Amanda Nunes, looking to reclaim her throne atop the female division in the UFC at 135 against Julianna Pena, the Venezuelan vixen. How cute was it to see her little girl behind her with the fists up? She's got to bring them up a little bit. She's got to teach her little girl. I mean, they were down here. She's a little kid. Got to bring them up, kid. Bring them up. Bring them up when you see Amanda Nunes back there. Maybe the daughters can fight. The kids can fight after that. But, guys, my bookie has got a big-time special for you tonight, and it is a 50% half deposit bonus with the code WEEKLY50. To grab yourself a deposit bonus with my bookie, make your bets now up to $1,000. You bet 1,000, you get 500 free to play with. You bet 100, you get 50 free to play with. You got some big fights tonight. Amanda Nunes to win it inside of distance is about -125. She's -285 or 275, depending on where that line just moved to. So you can check that out. The promo code WEEKLY50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Anytime, any place. Janet Jackson, right? Anytime, anywhere with my bookie. I'm in the mood to sing tonight. I'm having a great time. I'm on vacation, but I can do the show from anywhere. Elon, take me to Mars. Let's do it from up there, baby. Let's go. But we got Scott Peterson in Dallas. Look at the Lioness right there. Amanda Nunes getting all flexed out for you. And I'm pretty pumped when I think about this and I'm looking at this fight card. And you know what? Amanda Nunes is one of the all-time great champions in UFC history, right? There's no doubt about that. She's one of the greatest fighters of all time. She's held the 2-division championship. She's beaten every single fighter at 135. Look what she did to Ronda Rousey. Look what she did to Chris Cyborg. Look what she did to poor Miesha Tate at UFC 200. She's beaten Valentina twice. Do I need to go on and on even more with Amanda Nunes' resume? I think not with you guys, but you know what? We'll do it. We got a long show here tonight. We're going to keep it right here through the press conference. I'll be guiding you through that as well into the wee hours. I'm on the East Coast. I'm on the East Coast, guys, which means we're starting at 10 p.m. It's 10:22 right now. I'm a spoiled little brat living out in Vegas and Arizona and going on at 7 p.m. But man, this 10 o'clock stuff is actually pretty cool. But Amanda Nunes had won 12 in a row. I mean, you look at what she did to Holly Holm. You look at what she did to Ronda Rousey. You look at what she did to Cyborg. You look at what she did to Miesha Tate. Jermaine Durandamy, Felicia Spencer, Megan Anderson got crushed. Raquel Pennington. I mean, should I go on? Sarah McMahon, you know? I mean, it's Amanda Nunes' world. It was for a long time, and we were all just living in it. But Julianna Pena, and you saw her on The Ultimate Fighter. You saw her at all the press events this week. She said, I will punch, I will kick, I will scratch, I will claw, I will gouge her eyes out to win this fight. She's not afraid of Amanda. She said Amanda has no aura. She's bigger than her. She's jacked. She's strong heading into this fight. And I just really believe that Julianna Pena believes that it's her world right now, and Amanda Nunes is yesterday's news at 135. And Amanda did say her next fight would be at 145 after this one. So you look at Julianna Pena, just 11-4. She's lost to Durandamy. She's lost to Valentina Shevchenko, and she's lost to a couple of girls on the way up in Showdown and Conquest. 2 losses before she ever got to the UFC. In the UFC, just Valentina and Jermaine Durandamy. She beat Sarah McMahon before she got the shot against Amanda. It was a foregone conclusion. Look at the stare down. That's from the ceremonial weigh-ins, okay? That's what I want. If we can leave that shot right there, Scott Peterson, I want to talk about this right now. Look at that little girl. I love that little girl. Look at that little face coming up. You don't want to see my face. You want to see her face, right? But think about this for 1 second. Amanda Nunes at the press conference, subdued, almost seemed like disinterested, like she didn't want to be there. Amanda Nunes at the ceremonial weigh-ins, or the official weigh-ins, excuse me, didn't seem to be, or didn't really seem to have that eye. You know what I mean? Everyone says the eye of the tiger, obviously, because and Dana even said it, you make a lot of money, you have a family, she's got the kid now, and you maybe lose a little bit of that hunger. You're at the same gym all that time. You're sparring with the same people. You're with the same coaches. You need to mix it up sometimes. She changed and opened up her own camp. She brought Roger Crowell with her, and you look at what she's done there. Okay, but freeze on that shot. You see that? Look at Dana right in there. Happy birthday, boss man, by the way, a couple of years ago. I kept saying the other day, I wonder what you do for your birthday when you have $800 million or whatever it is he has. I mean, I literally might buy Dallas for my birthday if I had that guy, right? I mean, I'd say, hey, I just want to buy Dallas. How much does Dallas cost? You know, you could have the Cowboys with it, the Mavericks. I don't know, Mark Cuban maybe comes out. Cuban has more money than Dana, but you know what I'm saying, right? So that shot right there, that's where you saw Amanda Nunes have that eye. Look at her face. Look at that face. That's the game face I was waiting all week to see from Amanda Nunes. That's the face I was waiting to see her show to the world and to Julianna Pena, that competitive fire is still there, that her heart's still in it, that the burning desire to be number one is still there. Because regardless of how much money you have, regardless of how many fans you have, regardless of how big your family is, look at Mackenzie Dern, she's better since she had a kid, right? Regardless of everything else around you, regardless, there's no such word as irregardless. Stop saying it. It annoys the crap out of me. Regardless of other circumstances in your life, what matters is right there and right here. If you don't have it here and you don't have it here, you're not going to win. You're not going to be the champion. You're not going to be the GOAT. You're not going to be an all-time great. And Amanda Nunes still has that. She did not show me until the ceremonial weigh-ins. And with that blonde, the highlights in there, she does look like a lion, not a lioness, because lioness, plural, with the little lioness, with the little thing at the end of it, the little hyphen at the end of it, not hyphen, the, oh my God, my head. Anyway, I can't think about anything but MMA right now. So my point is, when you think about Amanda Nunes right now, she has that look. She has that look that she had when she bludgeoned every other all-time great in female MMA, right? And if Gina Carano was still around, she would have gotten it too. She beat them all. She smashed them all. She kicked their asses all over the octagon and would have been God's green earth as a lioness, right? Had she not. So I'm very excited to see that Amanda Nunes that we just saw in those video clips that Scott had from the ceremonial weigh-ins. Look, here she is at the official weigh-ins. I'm going to give you the difference here, right? Check it out. That's actually Julianna Pena. She actually weighed in 2 minutes before the deadline, and she weighed in under with no problem. So was it psychological warfare? That kind of stuff's not going to work on Amanda Nunes. But Julianna Pena, the Venezuelan vixen, looking to get it done again. Meanwhile, Lionheart Smith making the walk to the cage. He's got the glasses on. I love Anthony Smith. He's great on the desk as an analyst. He's a super cool dude. He didn't take the chicken crap way out against John Jones and take the illegal knee and take the belt. And a lot of people thought he should have. He would have been the champion. It might not have been long-lived. Who knows in that division? But he's put together a solid run in the UFC. And this is a guy who lost a lot on his way up. This is a guy who lost a lot on his way to the UFC. When you think about it, he's right now number 5 in the light heavyweight rankings. He's working his way back up just like our audience is right now on YouTube. Smash that subscribe button, hit the bell, get in the chat, hit the like, do whatever you have to do because we're here all night. And I promise you one thing, you stay here with me for the next few hours, you're going to have a good time. Come on, you know this by now. But Anthony Smith is 36-16, right? That's 52 pro fights, okay? He's won 3 in a row. Devin Clark, Jimmy Crute, and Ryan Spann after losses to Glover and Alexander Rakic, right? He beat Alexander Gustafsson. He beat Volkan Ozdemir. He beat Shogun. He beat Rashad Evans. He's lost to Santos. He's lost to Jones. Point is, he's fought Hector Lombard and beaten him. He has fought and beaten almost everyone. He's been in the UFC since 2016, since the fight card in Pittsburgh, UFC Fight Night, Cowboy versus Cowboy, Cerrone and Oliveira. That's a long time ago, right? But this dude lost in victory, and he was on a UFC card against Antonio Braga Neto in June of 2013, lost that fight, lost in Strikeforce to Roger Gracie. He's lost on the way up in Strikeforce. He lost on the way up in Crowbar MMA. He lost in Victory FC. He lost in Fight Club Inc. He lost in Fight to Win Colorado versus Nebraska. He lost in Victory FC 26 Onslaught. He lost in Tri-State Cage Fights. But one guy who didn't lose tonight, stepping to the podium,
Wow,
I believe that is
congratulations on the
Alex
victory.
Morono.
You were
Unanimous
obviously very
decision over Matthew
complimentary of
Semmelsberger. Here he is.
You knew about his power. You knew about everything he could do. So was that the type of fight you expected from him in there?
Yeah, I knew he was going to be super hard to put away. It was funny, growing up in Texas, I had 2 older brothers. One of them played football, started his junior, or his all 4 years in high school, actually. Played all 4 years, started his senior year, both offense and defense. So, Texas a big football town. I know Matt was big into football.
A little bit of an understatement.
Yeah. I was never super into it. Thankfully, I found martial arts when I was like 16. But I know that breed. They're just they're quiet, they're respectful, and they work super effing hard. And I knew that was going to be the case with Matt. He's a pretty big welterweight. All of his amateur fights were at 205. Most of his pro fights were at 85. He dropped down to 170. So I planned on just doing damage, and I banked on going all 3 rounds. Always look for the finish. I cracked him with some right hands, and he didn't even budge. It's funny, the shot that hurt him the most was in the first round, was with a jab. It kind of staggered him, but it's just hard to rush in there. I did throw 2 wheel kicks, and man, I threw him a little high. We threw him a little high in camp because he was tall. But I remember I missed those, but just a shade, that would have been cool. But he was tough. Going into the third, I thought they could have stopped it because his eye was swollen shut. But you can never bank on that kind of stuff. So once they said he was good to go, I hustled back to my corner and was ready to scrap it out again. But no, it was a fun fight. Always looking for the finish. But finish comes with styles, and I did it a hard style to put away. He's a brute.
Well, you mentioned the eye. I think even us, when they checked on it twice going into the 3rd round, and when he said he was good to go, he ran at you. So were you expecting that after, as soon as they said he was good to go, were you expecting him to blitz at you like that?
I was. So in all of his fights, especially the ones where he went the distance and won the decision, which, was half of his wins, he would always come out super hard in the third. Third round was always his best round. And I know 2 of the judges gave him one of the rounds. I'm guessing it was that 3rd round. But I was happy, especially looking in the mirror after the fight. I really didn't get touched up all that much at all.
Was I don't think Matthew realizes how good Brandon is off his back. Do you think that's an overlooked element of your game when people are preparing for you?
So Alex, and maybe that's okay. It's okay. Maybe so. I'll be getting my third degree on my jiu-jitsu black belt. Not this January, but next January. So I've been a black belt for longer than I've been in the UFC. And as much as I love jiu-jitsu, just standing and cracking is the way to go in the cage. I'll use my jiu-jitsu when I need to. I did look for a little bit of action on the ground. In the third round, I body locked him, tripped him, but his back hit the cage and we kind of bounced back up. But that was one of those fights, I would have happily gone to the ground, used my wrestling, used my grappling if I wasn't able to touch him up at range so efficiently. But in that fight, I knew I would have the speed advantage. And he sits really low, so I knew his slight reach advantage was not going to play a factor. So I was happy with the outcome. I'm not banged up at all. It's funny. He threw 4 low kicks. 2 of them landed. 2 of them got checked. And the ones I checked actually hurt more than the ones that landed. So that was nice.
You said you didn't get really hurt or anything like that. That flying knee in the third round looked pretty bad. Was that just off balance, or did that actually connect?
No, it hit me in my forearms and chest, and I went backwards. I need to watch it back. I hope I wasn't throwing a wacky punch when he came in. But no, I definitely got knocked off balance, and it was pretty quick to get up if I remember correctly. I need to watch the fight back.
He leapt in and you kind of pulled your leg up and threatened with an omoplata type.
Yeah, just use a little high guard action to keep his posture broken. But man, guys are so slippery in the fights. There's a few things you can't prep for in training, and guys are just slippery and strong, and it's weird. Grappling is so. It's so many fewer techniques and positions at such a higher pace and rate. That's a good training tool to use, is maybe make things a bit more slippery and amp the pace up.
Then at Media Day, you obviously said you're like a student of this division. You watch all the fighters that you might potentially fight. So is there any names that you're kind of eyeing or fights that you have circled that you're going to pay extra attention to?
Not really. Whoever. I mean, really whoever. My goal is not who, but it's the quantity. I'd like to hit fight number 20. I like to hit win number 20, so I need 9 more wins in there. Win number 30, whatever. But the vets are always fun because they're not going to be around forever. No names in particular, no disrespect. But if I could catch a vet, that'd be the coolest.
Hey, congrats on the win, man.
Thank you.
So this is the longest winning streak of your UFC career. Is there anything that you credit to that? Because there was a time where you traded wins and losses there, but now you're on the best streak of your career right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Not being comfortable is important. So I met up with Coach Safe. Man, I don't even remember the year. It's been 20. Come on, man. Thank you. 2018. Yeah. So just the moment I was able to answer all the questions, I had to find somebody else who could one up that. So I found Coach Safe. And then I'll never forget, I had a manager who was awesome, but I had him when I was working with Safe, and I just saw his knowledge of the game, both in and out of the octagon, and I knew it would be a tactical misplay if I didn't allow him to effectively handle my fate in the UFC, and he's just such a mastermind, and it's awesome. So yeah, when I hooked up with Coach Safe and all of the warriors at Fortis, I mean, that's what really elevated me to the highest level. And to be successful at the highest level is awesome. It's allowed myself as a coach and as a gym owner to thrive. I get to share all the knowledge with my coaches and teammates. I mean, my coaches get to learn from Coach Safe as well. So, I mean, it's a win-win all around.
And speaking of Coach Safe, he's one of the most vocal, in the corner, during the fights, right? You can hear him very clearly. How important is that in the heat of a battle, especially a fight like this where it's going back and forth crazy, you're getting rocked, you're rocking your opponent. How important is that to be able to clearly hear, all that instruction? Yeah,
that's a case-by-case thing. I was bad at it. I was so bad. I mean, it's funny. My striking coach, Matt, sitting next to Coach, can tell you, when I was an amateur and an early pro, I couldn't hear anything, and I would just brawl and fight crazy and do whatever. And it was maybe my 12th or 13th fight as a pro, so I was finally able to listen. And now that's the one thing I like. I make sure to listen to Coach. I always talk about being a vet and using my vet skills, and this is the first fight. Even my walkout song was different. It was a little more relaxed. It chose some Guns N' Roses because I didn't want to get all crazy and amped up. I wanted to be a martial artist, and I wanted to be a high-level athlete and be able to listen and use tactics and game plan, and I felt like I did a very good job in this fight. Cool. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the fights.
That was Alex Morono gets the win over Matthew Semmelsberger. Dominated him, really. I mean, not super dominated him. 29-28 a couple of times, and then a 30-27 score. So, I mean, it's Texas, and the judges there. You got to kind of watch it a little bit when the UFC goes there. You get some weird judging, but, you know, he definitely looked good in that fight. I think I'm a little bit behind on the stream. Lionheart Smith and Ankalaev. I don't know what's going on. People are texting me, but I think I'm way behind. Looks like Anthony Smith got hurt in that fight, and we'll get you that update as soon as we can because I think I'm behind on the stream. I don't know what's going on here. So I think maybe a couple of minutes behind because I'm still in the intros, but I have it all the way scrolled over, so I don't know what in the world's going on with ESPN Plus. But I think Anthony Smith hurt himself in this fight. He was a big dog coming in at plus 385, and I liked him as a live dog, but not really sure that Anthony Smith is okay right now. So I'll get that update to you as soon as I can. Meanwhile, you're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277 from Dallas. Big fight card tonight. Amanda Nunes' legacy on the line. How will the Lioness respond? How will she come out in this fight? We saw the eyes. Finally, I was waiting all week for those eyes. Waiting. She was just kind of sitting there all week long like she just got high or something. Finally, at the official weigh-ins, she started to come to life a little bit, but at the ceremonials, it was there. Once I saw that look, bang, Amanda Nunes within 3 rounds by KO, TKO, no doubt about it. I'll bet the farm, my kids, maybe not my kids, just about everything else, though, at MyBookie. And you can do it, too, with the code Weekly50. Go to MyBookie right now. Sign up. They're going to give you a half deposit match bonus, all right? Just because you know us. Isn't that cool? Just because you're watching the show. Look at that. The logo pops up on the screen just like magic at MyBookie. 50% half deposit match up to a G. So you bet 1,000, they're going to give you $500 on top of that bet, right? They're not giving you the 500 bet. You're going to let it ride on the bet, but you'll win a lot more, right? You bet 100, they're going to give you 50. You can do the rest of the math yourself. I'm just giving you the basics here. But MyBookie, I'm pumped to be a spokesperson for them. I've been betting with them for a long time. I told you Drew Dober was a live dog. I told you Drew Dober was going to win this fight. He finished him, too. That's my dude right there, Drew Dober. I hate interviewing him because he's so damn good looking, and it's just impossible to get anyone to look at me while he's standing next to me. And I like people looking at me, but when he's standing next to me, there's no way they're going to do it. But MyBookie's still going to give you that 50% regardless of whether you were smart enough to take my advice on Drew Dober or not. But bet anything, anytime, anywhere. I mean anything, anytime, anywhere. Janet Jackson would be proud with MyBookie. That's right. I'm gonna use that line till the end of time. But I think I'm finally gonna see what happened to Lionheart Smith here. I don't know. I got it pulled up on my computer. I'm way behind on ESPN Plus, and I got people texting me. So I don't know what in the world is going on. But we're gonna get caught up here in just a minute. And you talk about a great fight card coming up. I mean, you look at it, just goes in full circle all the time in the UFC, right? Everything comes full circle. Pantoja is one of the last guys to beat Moreno a long time ago, and then you got Moreno taking on Kai Kara-France. Is it Kai Kara-France's time? Is he the guy that's going to make a run here and beat Moreno and then beat Davison Figueiredo? I told you, Fight Ready, man. Every time I ride with Fight Ready, I win. Not every time, but almost every time. Dave Zohan, the owner, I've been friends with him for years. He pours everything he has, his resource, not everything he has. Dave's got a lot. He puts a lot into it, though. But he really does a lot to make it so that that fight team has everything they need. And Henry Cejudo, the rare guy, how many superstar athletes become great coaches? How many? Olympic gold medalist, 2-division champion. I want to see him fight Volkanovski because they might fight 20 rounds, and you'll have to pry that cat. I mean, they'll lock themselves in there and lock everyone else out. That's how I think that would happen with Henry and Volk. But, man, I think that maybe it's Kai Kara-France's time. I already picked Brandon Moreno, so I can't go back on it now. And, I mean, I know the fight hasn't happened yet, and I could hem and haw and go back and forth. But I like Moreno's jiu-jitsu. I love his left hook in his chin. I mean, he's every Mexican fighter, right, with the left hook in the chin. That's every boxer, every MMA fighter. The left hook in the chin are always on point with those dudes. But Moreno's got a new coach. He's got a lot more going for him. And that last fight with Figueiredo, look, he's 1-1-1. So the fourth one, I mean, they have to have a fourth one, right? If they're 1-1-1, a win, a loss, and a draw for each dude, and that'd be 4 fights. That's an epic. What would you call it? I don't even know. It's a trilogy, but what would it be? Would it be a quadrilogy? I don't even know. We need to invent our own word, or maybe I'm just too stupid and my reach doesn't go that high. But I'm a sports guy, so you'd expect this from me. But Lewis and Pavlovich, man, I'm going to tell you what. Anytime the Black Beast, I said this on ESPN radio across the country today, anytime the Black Beast steps in the octagon, you get a chance to see a head get flown. And that's something that I love. Who doesn't love that as a fight fan, right? Every time he gets in the cage, you have the opportunity to see someone get knocked the F out. And I still don't know why my ESPN Plus is not caught up on this fight. I really don't. I do not understand. Let me just refresh this here and see if it'll catch up for me. But I'm pretty pumped to see what happens with Derrick Lewis and Pavlovich in that fight. I really want to see, he's going to try to take Lewis down. He's going to try to tire him out. That's the book on the Black Beast. You've seen it a million times, but he's also won a lot of fights like that. So I think I'm caught up now, but I still haven't seen what happened to Anthony Smith. Let me scroll back. Where am I at here on the ESPN Plus feed? Maybe here. We'll see. I'm trying to find it so I can show you guys. And we got a 3-hour show, so I can sit here and just, and obviously, let me see. Anthony Smith, where are we at here? Oh, are we still?
So, Jim,
Are we still?
Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, Scott, what happened with Anthony Smith?
So, from what I'm gathering is after the first round, he immediately asked for ice for his ankle. And then they showed a replay of the kick, and his ankle was kicked. It looks like it could have fractured it, and he was carried out
I see the TKO there. He was carried out because I see his ankle, and I saw the TKO stoppage there too. I just was able to catch up to that. Ankalaev is a beast. It's just a shame we've seen so many injuries lately. Look at Aspinall and look at Brian Ortega, T-City, a couple of weeks ago in Long Island. And, just too many injuries happen lately, and we don't see them for so long, and we get spoiled, But thank you for the update. Scott Peterson, by the way, is on the scene in Dallas. I love Dallas. It's one of my favorite cities. I'm jealous I'm not there. I really want to be there, man. I swear, what a great, great place. But I'm trying to yeah, there we go. All right, so there you go. Usman Edwards, too, coming up. They're showing the promo right now. But, guys, it's a shame when someone gets hurt. So Anthony Smith hurt himself on a kick. Something's probably broken. He toughed it out and fought into the second round anyway. On the ground, he's finished. He was kind of turtled up, and Ankalaev was over his back and just throwing bombs on him and got the TKO stoppage. So if you had Lionheart Smith as a big dog, and I was very tempted at plus 385, you never know when the injuries are going to rear their ugly head, guys. You never know when these guys are going to get hurt. These girls are going to get hurt, and we just knock on wood, and we hope that doesn't happen again tonight because we got some big fights coming up, and we're hoping that that doesn't happen again. And I think that Ankalaev will be at the podium soon, so we'll hear from him. And next fight up, I mean, this is a pretty good one as well. I mean, if you think about this one, it's a Pantoja and Perez at flyweight, and it's unbelievable, actually. I mean, the flyweights, they don't have a ton of power, but they have a lot of speed, a lot of athleticism, and a big favorite is Pantoja in this one. Perez at plus 155, Pantoja at minus 190 on MyBookie. Sign up now. You get that bet in still at MyBookie. All you have to do is go to mybookie.ag. Let me see. I got the link right here. mybookie.ag/sportsbook/UFC. mybookie.ag/sportsbook/UFC. Get the 50% half deposit bonus right now for signing up with MyBookie with the code weekly50 from MMA Weekly. And this is the next fight coming up. I mean, I'm excited for this one, right? I mean, if you look at Pantoja's career, he's one of my favorite fighters in that weight class. I've always liked this dude. I've always thought, I mean, he just beat Brandon Royval by submission, and Royval's a beast. Let me tell you something right now. Brandon Royval's a beast. And he beat, he lost to Oscar Askarov. And I'm surprised, by the way, that fight was close. Kai Kara-France and Oscar Askarov. And I thought Askarov would likely maybe be the next champ at 125. He still could be, but that was a tough loss for Pantoja and a good win for Kai Kara-France. And that division's looking pretty good. Good thing they didn't cut it. I mean, he beat Matt Schnell, did Pantoja as well. He's lost to Figueiredo. He's got a win, though, over Brandon Moreno. A lot of people thought he should have gotten that Moreno fight because he had that win, and Moreno had already beaten Kai Kara-France. But when you beat Royval, like Kai Kara-France did, and he just completely decked Cody Garbrandt, a former champion, knocked out no love. And people are going to say, and look, you guys in the chat, I know what you're going to say. Cody's gotten starched a lot. He didn't have a chin at 35. How's he going to have one at 25? I know you guys are going to say all those things. Before you say them, I'll take the words right out of your mouth for you. He's still a legend in the sport. He's still a champion. He's still a guy whose name you have to mention in this era as a very good champion in the UFC. I mean, you look at what he's done. Those fights against Dillashaw were close. He beat Dominic Cruz. How many people have beaten Dominic Cruz, right? Think back, look back. Dominic Cruz just doesn't lose, right? Dominic Cruz doesn't lose. Cody Garbrandt beat him and beat him soundly. So And it was close against TJ both times. So when I look at that win, I put a lot on that. And I put a lot on the Royval win, you know, and I think that Pantoja, that's a lot of credit for Pantoja with that win too. So Kai Kara-France with City Kickboxing and Eugene Behrman in his corner. I like his chances a lot. In this fight. I do not pick Brandon Moreno lightly. I mean, it's like 52-48, 51-49. That's how close that was in my mind heading into this. And I really feel like that's a big one. But right now we have Pantoja and Perez, and that's pretty cool right there. Pantoja and Perez, and he's number 4 against number 6. When you look at that division and you look at the rankings right now at flyweight, right? You got Figueiredo as the champion. That was a close fight the last time out. I thought it was scored correctly for Figgy earlier this year. He says he'll be ready to fight by the end of the year to come back and get things done and defend his belt. But when he went to fight ready, when he started working with Henry Cejudo, not only was it the wrestling, not only was it that champion's mindset, and that's a big, big thing coming from Henry Cejudo, because that dude is super. I'll tell you what, you look at the cringe, you look at all that stuff from Henry. I've known this dude since right after the Olympics when he won it in 08, and I moved to Arizona right around that time. I met him pretty after he came back from winning gold at the 2008 Olympics. I've known him that long. He's a very smart dude. He's been a very good friend to me. I'm not going to hide that. He's done a lot of interviews with me. He's done a lot to help me in my career. Triple C has. But there's no denying his greatness. There's no denying the gold medal. There's no denying the 2 division championships. There's no denying beating TJ Dillashaw to death when TJ was on EPOs at the time. There's no denying what he did in that second Mighty Mouse fight, what he did against Marlon Moraes. Look, Henry's a G, and he just crushed Dominic Cruz when he fought him. Wasn't even on the same level. So I'm really excited to see how Henry continues to evolve as a coach, but he's coming back as a fighter too. So anyway, that championship pedigree from Triple C, along with the wrestling, but also the mindset to develop that toughness, to go through those wars, to lose a little bit. And they listened. He listened to Captain Eric Albarracin. Shout out Captain Eric. Love you too, brother. I wouldn't be here without you and Henry. But they're in his corner, right? And he's tempted to going back to being that wild dude swinging for the fences all the time, talking about Davison Figueiredo. So they slowed him down so many times in that fight, and the coaching really paid off. He listened to the coaches. He did what they said. I didn't think he was going to get the decision until they said those words and his arm went up. I didn't think he was going to get that, but he did. And that was a big, big night for Davison Figueiredo. But Moreno and Kai Kara-France, I mean, they're so evenly matched. And Kai Kara-France is better on the feet. He's got a lot of power for a 125er. A lot of power for a 125er. And I just think that's pretty awesome. When my microphone's spinning around on its own here. I just think it's awesome to see that kind of power that you don't see very often at a weight class like that. And that's something that I really enjoy to see as a fight fan, because let's face it, we're all fans of this sport, right? We're all fans of the sport. So what are you guys thinking in this fight? Pantoja or Perez? What do you guys think? What do you guys think, man? I really think that this is an opportunity for Pantoja to once again separate himself and put himself at the top of the weight class. And, you know, I mean, look, he's got a chance to leapfrog Askarov, who obviously just lost to Kai Kara-France, but France is 2, Moreno's 1, Askarov 3, Pantoja 4. Maybe he doesn't leapfrog Askarov, but if he decimates Perez tonight, maybe he does. Maybe he does. So I'm pretty pumped to see how this one goes. And, you know, we got a full chat room right now. We got a lot of people chilling, hanging out with us on MMA Weekly. We appreciate you on a Saturday night. We're having a great time. Big, big fights coming up. And, man, it's just something. We got 96 Jill says, wonder if Nunes will blame COVID again if she loses. She talked about the knee injuries. She changed camps. Look, I mean, when you're not used to losing, it's almost like WTF, right? What are you going to do? Like, you're just shocked that you lost. You're like, oh, my knee hurts. Some people do that. It's not – I don't really think Amanda Nunes was making excuses, but her cardio was not good in that fight, guys. Look, you guys are brutal, these athletes. They're the best fighters in the world. They're the greatest athletes you've ever seen. I covered the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball for years. I've done Super Bowls and Final Fours and NBA Finals. The Miami Heat was Shaq and Dwayne Wade with Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway. The Phoenix Suns for years. The Arizona Cardinals, Diamondbacks, the Miami Dolphins. I've covered a lot of teams in my career. And I will tell you, if your body is not performing optimally, something like COVID is a big monkey wrench in that, right? Because some people don't really get much from it. Some people really get messed up. I got messed up. I was in the hospital for 5 days after Christmas, and I spent New Year's in the hospital in Vegas, and I was the one going, COVID's not going to do anything to me. I still think I had pneumonia first, but we won't get into the medical arguments here on the show. I just want you guys to know that COVID did mess up my lungs, or whatever did, my pneumonia, whatever it was. So if Amanda Nunes is saying that, obviously she's an athlete who needs to trust her body, and my lungs still don't want to expand all the way. They still don't want to fill all the way up. When I get to that point, it's like, it's just a little bit, like it's still just tight and not wanting to do that, and that's something that happens, right? I mean, I still think there's other things involved. It's not just COVID, but I say I don't want to go there. I do want to go there because I keep saying it, but I think that there's a lot to that, and it can be mental. But think about this. Amanda, early in her career, and I said this earlier, she had a lot of trouble with her cardio, man. She had a lot of trouble. She's gone 5 a few times since then, but she's had a lot of trouble with her cardio in her career. So I think we're going to go to the podium here in just a second. I hear some nat sound, industry term, coming from Scott Peterson in Las Vegas. Would this be
Magomed
Ankalaev?
Congratulations on the victory. I know it was a little bit
I
of a
don't see
weird
anyone
at
in
the
the
end
chair.
when we were trying to figure out what happened, but were you aware of how injured Anthony's leg was leading into the second round?
Поздравляем тебя с победой. И в концовка была непонятная. Ты после того, как Энтони повредил ногу, ты понимал, что происходит?
Спасибо за поздравление. Я вообще это узнал после того, как мне руку подняли, когда как его зовут, когда вопросы мне задавали, спрашивали, что ты знал, травмировал, нет. Я честно, не знал, что он ногу травмировал. Это для меня была новость.
He did not even realize that he had injured his leg, and when they started asking him questions, only then he figured out that he is won.
Since the fight ended, do you know when the injury happened? A lot of us seem to think it was the last kick of the first round. It was when then he went back to his corner and realized it was broken.
Ты примерно понимаешь, в какой момент у него сломалась нога? Все думают, что в тот момент, когда ты ударил, или когда еще Сухораб кричал «бей правильно».
Нет, я думаю, мой тренер тоже не знал об этом, что он ногу повредил. Я же говорю, это для меня новость.
No, he didn't know. He doesn't know which part of the fight he broke his leg.
And before the injury, how do you think the fight was playing out? Was that exactly how you had planned it and expected from Anthony?
До того, как он получил травму, как ты бой проходил? Что ты можешь сказать? Как ты от него все, что ожидал ли?
Ну, бой проходил так, как я хотел. Я контролировал, все чувствовал. Я был быстрее него, он был медленнее, поэтому, можно сказать, я контролировал бой.
Saying he was controlling whole fight, and he was not. So he didn't surprise him with anything that he wasn't ready for.
Then after your last fight, you called for a title fight. You ended up fighting Anthony. In the meantime, Yuri obviously has said he would like to fight Glover Teixeira. In the rematch, you called for a title fight again. How confident are you that you've done enough to finally secure the title fight you've been calling for?
После прошлой победы ты уже говорил, что ты хочешь титульник, но тебе еще один бой дали. Как ты сейчас считаешь, что Ирис сказал, что он хочет драться с Тeixeirой? Что ты думаешь об этом и вообще? Следующий ли ты должен ли брать за титульник?
Ну, если то, что я в UFC, я уже давно бился за пояс, поэтому мы будем ждать новостей, слушать своих менеджеров. Мы примем правильное решение. Я думаю, мы не откажемся ни от какого боя.
Magomed saying if UFC would hear him, that will be a different story. But he's not asking for anything. He just will wait. What they're gonna propose him, his managers, and UFC what they're gonna propose. He will take any fight, he said.
Have you done any research on Yuri Prochazka, the current champion? He's a very unorthodox, unique fighter. He's one of the more exciting fighters in the division. Have you watched any of his, have you watched his fights? How would you approach a fight?
Разбирал ли ты Ири Прохаску, смотрел ли ты его бои, потому что он очень нестандартный боец, у него много разных ударов из разных...
Да, я смотрел его последний бой за пояс с Тeixeirой. Ну, нужно... Он очень хороший боец, только могу хорошее сказать. С ним нужно готовиться, и я думаю, мы справимся.
He watched his last fight with Teixeira, and he's saying he's a very good fighter, and he will prepare for him, and he's saying that he will go through him. Congrats on the win. So you pretty much usually only have 2 fights a year. You know, if that third fight, like if that title fight is something that pops up, you know, is that something that you're going to be willing to step into immediately?
Обычно у тебя в каждый год по 2 боя проходит. Если сейчас до конца года тебе предложат за титульник, это будет твой 3-й бой в этом году, ты возьмешь его?
Конечно, я думаю, мы чуть-чуть неделю отдохнем, и я обратно вернусь в зал, и будем ждать новостей.
He's saying, of course, he will rest 1 week and then he go back to work and he will wait news from managers in UFC.
And you were already the only fighter in the division to have multiple stoppages by leg kicks. You almost got one here again tonight. You know, if that kick was the kick that caused that injury, what is it about that part of your game that's just, you know, so devastating?
Ты один из немногих бойцов, которые заканчивают бои травмами бойцов с ногами. Что ты об этом думаешь? Ну, может, какая-то у тебя сверхсторона там есть или как?
Ну, я не знаю, они пытаются слишком сильно ударить, но я чувствую, я вижу все, я ставлю щит, ну, поэтому, наверное.
He's thinking that they're trying too hard to kick him, and he's just checking.
And your win tonight, obviously, that gives you 9 straight wins. You passed Lyoto Machida for second most behind John Jones in the division's history. Do you think that you're getting, you know, the respect from everyone across MMA that you are, you know, on like a historical run right now?
Ты сегодня обогнал Лайоту Мачиду по выигравшим боям в этом дивизионе. Ты уже подходишь к концу. Ты как ты думаешь, ты теперь заслужил уважение не только здесь, а вообще среди ММА-сообщества?
Конечно, я думаю, я уже давно это заслужил по тяжелому дивизионе, я думаю. Но, как вы знаете, не у всех 9 побед подряд, поэтому я доказываю, я думаю, я заслуживаю уважения.
He's saying he thinks that he already deserves respect. They should respect him. Not a lot of people has a 9 win streak, and Jiri Prahashka got the title shot after 2 wins. And he got after 9 wins, he got nothing.
One more. In the past, before Glover was champion, he actually weighed in as a backup fighter in case one of the title fights, like between Jan and Israel, one of them couldn't fight. Is that something you would be willing to do, or do you just prefer to have a full camp and not have to worry about weighing in and not fighting?
Раньше Текштейра был заменой на бой, на главный бой. Если тебе такое предложат, ты возьмешь это или ты откажешься и будешь проходить полный кэмп? На замену выходить?
Нет, я думаю, я не буду ждать замену. Если мне дадут бой, я подерусь. Если нет, я думаю, я не буду стоять в ожидании.
He does not know, but he is saying that he probably would not take that and he will just prepare and go for the full fight. Hey!
Man, what a win for Magomed Ankalaev. And we do have the word that Anthony Lionheart-Smith has a broken leg unofficially. I don't know if you can confirm that, Scott. I just got the word. Anthony Lionheart-Smith has a broken leg that he suffered in the first round of that fight. So, yeah, Lionheart-Smith, man, that sucks. He's a good dude, man. I really like him. And it's part of the sport. I mean, he's taken, I like to call it the circuitous route. I like to floss the vocab once in a while because, I mean, I'm a sports guy. But, you know, like, oh, there's Amanda walking in the building. Look at that face. See? There it is. My bookie, Weekly 50, Amanda Nunes. Take it to the bank from me right now. I'm telling you, she is going to bludgeon Julianna Pena. It's going to be a murder scene. Get the yellow tape. Get the freaking CSI squad in there. But you're gonna know who did it, so you're not gonna need Horatio Cain or whoever else the rest of them are on the other shows, or Grissom or any of those guys. You don't need them because Amanda Nunes will be standing right there with Julianna Pena's blood all over her. That's the way I see this fight going. I mean, when I saw that look from Amanda Nunes, I didn't think she was all there for the first fight. Blame COVID, blame knee injuries, blame whatever the hell you want to blame. But Amanda Nunes was not all the way there in that first fight with Julianna Pena. And again, she's beaten every single 135-pound champion in the women's division of UFC history, right? Except for Julianna Pena, who just beat her the last time out. But she was kind of rushed into that title fight, was Pena, And so many girls were, just like they are against Valentina. They don't have the number of fighters to go through in those divisions, and the 145 division has no one, but they don't have those fighters to go through like the men do at 170, at 155, at 135, at 205. You know what I mean? Timing is everything. Timing is everything, and the timing was just right for Julianna Pena, the Venezuelan vixen. And you know the little hijinks on the show, and she said Amanda and her team spied and all these things, man. It's really cool, you know, to see like the gamesmanship, and she is not afraid of Amanda Nunes at all. She is not afraid of her. I mean, that's one thing, and I've talked about this a lot in my career. I've covered boxing a long time. I really am down on boxing right now. Don't get me started. But, you know, Jake Paul's the biggest name, and we got to go. And I saw something that said he's going to be ranked by the WBC if he wins this fight over Asim Rahman Jr. First of all, I think Jake Paul's going to get knocked out by Asim Rahman Jr. But second of all, if Jake Paul gets ranked,
that fight is off.
That fight is. When did that news break?
Just barely. Let me.
It just broke.
Yeah, let me.
It really just.
Let me tell you what I have.
I just was on ESPN.com a few minutes ago and I didn't see it.
Yeah. Give me a sec here.
Yikes! Thank you, Scott. I thought that was a sign that the apocalypse was upon us.
Okay, this is what we were sent from the most V promotions. On July 5th, Hassan Raham Jr. signed a bout agreement to fight Jake Paul on August 6th at Madison Square Garden at a maximum weight of 200 pounds. At the time of the signing, Rahman provided evidence of his weight. Anyway, I don't want to get into the UFC stuff, but he was weighing in at 216 pounds. They reweighed him. He had only lost a pound. And so I don't know on what they agreed on. So it had something to do with his weight.
I got it right here, Scott. I got it right here. Here, if you want to keep listening, it says Paul was willing to compromise to do the fight at 205, but Rahman's camp said its fighter would withdraw from the fight if the bout was not at 215 pounds. See, boxing. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna. Scott, please don't let me say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh, boxing just breaks my heart over and over again. I mean, I wasn't like literally jonesing to see this fight. But there's always something, man, with this sport. Now Oscar's trying to be friends with Floyd Mayweather, and I mean, it's just, this is a glorious sport. It's Americana boxing, and it's just, anyway, I'm not going to talk about boxing anymore because we have a big UFC card here.
Screw that. Let's get back to UFC.
What about that performance from Alexandre Pantoja? I need John Anik's golden tongue for this one because it's not Alexandre, it's Alessandre Pantoja. There we go. I got it. Alessandre Pantoja. See, I channeled the beard. John Anik's got the beard now and the bald head. So I channeled the beard, bald-headedness, the greatness that comes from that, the beard and the bald head. Thank you, John. Alessandre Pantoja. What a brutal win for him. What a great win. And Magomed Ankalaev, you know, we say that Anthony Smith has a broken leg, and we're going to try to get confirmation on that. But that's the rumor going around. I don't know if that's true. It's unofficial. I don't think they've told anybody in the press room yet. But a couple of things right here. Alessandre, I'm going to do this all night. Alessandre Pantoja. This dude's a beast, man. This dude is he beat Brandon Moreno. A lot of people thought he should have had this fight. A lot of people thought he should have had the Moreno fight tonight. But Kai Kara-France is coming on strong, and I can't argue with him getting it, especially after the win over Askarov. So he beats Perez tonight. He beat Royval, and he's got a 3-fight win streak. He lost to Askarov, and he lost to Figueiredo, and those are his big losses. But you think about the fight, and he beat Wilson Hayes before that, who was a pretty good contender for a while. But you think about what's coming up here. I mean, you got the Black Beast, and he's not even a co-main or a main like he usually is. He's lost 2 out of 3, Derrick Lewis, and obviously he's been fighting for a long time. He's 37 years old. He's entertaining. He's hitting on Julianna Pena in Spanish. If you watched his interview with DC, you know, talking about another guy who was going to go interview him, and he said, I'm not going to say anything to this dude. I'm not going to pick on him. He looks like he's been picked on his whole life. I mean, the sense of humor's there. He's always a great soundbite. He's an awesome dude. I've known Derrick a long time. I've interviewed him several times. Really like him. And he's just honest, man. He's got that personality. And here's a guy who absolutely is a phenomenal fighter, the Black Beast Derrick Lewis. I mean, he's a little one-dimensional, but he has been in some fights where he's been on the ground and he's survived. He has had some fights where he had one fight where he won by submission. He's won 4 by decision. So he can go the 3, all right? Let's not sleep on the Black Beast. And let's not forget that fight against Volkov all the way back. And that was, this was against Alexander Volkov, UFC 229, October of 2018. Anybody remember who got the performance of the night that night at UFC 229? Yeah, little hint for you. It was not Khabib Nurmagomedov. It was the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis, because he starched Volkov with less than 10 seconds left in the fight and won it. And when Khabib dominated Conor the way he did and got that neck crank in, man, and Derrick Lewis still got performance of the night. So think about that for 1 second, right? On that fight card. He's got a loss to Cyril Gane and a loss to Tai Tuivasa. His last time out, Tai Tuivasa was superhuman. I mean, that dude just has a chin of granite. Lewis bombed him, he elbowed him, and just kind of gassed out a little bit. But give Tuivasa credit for counterpunching and for taking those shots. I remember in that fight, Derrick Lewis, I think it was 37 significant strikes he landed in that fight, and it only went a minute 40 into the second round. So you take 37 significant strikes from Derrick Lewis, your head is as hard as stone. So give Tui the Shoey all the credit in the world for that one. Don't take credit away. I hate it. You know, I understand it because I've been a sports fan my whole life, but I hate it when we go negative and we say this guy sucks because he lost, or this guy couldn't even beat this guy. No, the other guy was better. The other girl was better. That's what happened in that fight. He was just better, Tuivasa, that night. He deserved every bit of that win. And the Cyril Gane, you know, he just took him into deep water, stayed away from him, wore him out, and then beat him up. That was the blueprint on Lewis. But Gane is the most athletic guy in the division, if you ask me, until John Jones gets there at heavyweight. And I say until John Jones gets there because he ain't there yet, because he hasn't fought there yet. But I want to see Jones and Stipe, although not for an interim belt. I mean, let's go, right? That'd be like Mark Cuban and Kevin O'Leary playing a game of Monopoly for $5. You know what I mean? Like, you can't insult the guys. And whoever wins that fight, you think Gaethje threw it on the ground, one of those guys is going to throw it in the trash can. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that belt's going to go flying if you even try to put it on one of those guys' waists. You see it up there? Look at that shot. Scott Peterson, smash the like and subscribe. Get me fired up, taking you inside American Airlines Center in Dallas. Big D, one of my favorite cities in the world. I have a certain young lady who is I think she might be like falling into the clutches a little bit, and I have to go see her in Dallas. So I might go there soon. But here I'm with you tonight. I'm in studio. But I'll tell you this. When I think about Derrick Lewis, he's the all-time leader in knockouts in UFC history. He's back in the red corner tonight. The Black Beast fighting in Texas. He lives in Houston. The story is amazing. He was arrested. He was in jail. George Foreman taught him how to box. I mean, he's got a great freaking story, man. Derrick Lewis has an incredible story. Incredible story. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really pumped to see him fight tonight, and I'm always pumped to see the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis. But Sergey Pavlovich, man, this dude is, I must break you. You know, he's one of those Moscow guys, and he's just, I mean, look, he's 15-1. He's got 12 knockouts. He's got 3 decisions. So someone's head is going to get flown. He's got 3 knockouts in a row since he was TKO'd by Alistair Overeem and Maurice Green and Shamil Abdurakhimov, easy for me to say 4 times, 5 times fast, is the last one. But Derrick Lewis, clearly a big step up in competition for him. He's trying to walk Lewis down here early in the fight. Just starting, got about 30 seconds in here. Look at that, man, that UFC 277 American Airlines Center. I've actually flown American Airlines a lot lately and had a lot of good luck. So shout out to them for not delaying my flights. I took 14 flights in 3 weeks and did not get delayed once. They weren't all on American. But, man, these guys are throwing bombs. Oh, Lewis is getting tagged. You better watch out. Derrick Lewis can't get out of the way of some of those. Uh-oh, he's hurt bad. Derrick Lewis is hurt bad. He's down. Oh, it's over. Oh, boy. Another quick finish. Pavlovich just pummeled the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis. He just beat him all over the octagon. Derrick Lewis does not agree with the stoppage. He's up. He's not hurt. Pavlovich is actually bleeding from his forehead. And I don't know why in the world this fight was stopped. Like, I just don't think. I mean, Lewis was down. He was prone. And it's something that, you know, I mean, look, it's not. Man, that's just, I don't even know what to say. Derrick Lewis is fine. He's got his wits about him. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with him at all, and I'm just trying to figure out what in the world's going on here. I'm trying to figure out why there's a stoppage. So Pavlovich landed a big right to the jaw and then a left behind the ear, both hooks. Lewis is stumbling. Uppercut comes through clean, hits him in the chin. Lewis landed a left hook and a body shot of his own. They're going back and forth, and then Pantoja just kept throwing bombs, but Lewis is pushing toward the cage, trying to get him toward the cage, and then Lewis going back toward the cage. Pavlovich landing a couple more shots, a big right hand, and then another uppercut. Lewis goes down. Oh, man, he was getting up. He was getting up. He was turtled, and a couple hammer fists were thrown down. That's a bad stoppage, Mergliata. Come on, dude. You were letting Frank Mir almost get killed by Kubrat Pulev. That's a bad stoppage. Lewis is on his way up. That's a bad stoppage. There's no other way to say it. Is that Mergliata? I can't even tell. I think it is. That's a bad stoppage. There's no other way to say it. If you guys are watching, let me know what you think in the chat. That's a horse crap stoppage. You don't stop a heavyweight fight with Derrick Lewis and Pavlovich, knockout artists. You don't stop that fight when he's turtled up, but he's getting up. He's getting up. You don't stop that fight. Scott, you don't stop that fight. Do you? You've been doing this 20 years. You don't stop that fight.
It was looking to me like it was on the way to stoppage, but you're right, he was starting to get up. So it looks like he just jumped in right at the wrong time. But I think 5 more seconds would have told.
Pavlovich has 4 wins in a row, tied with Arlovsky. And Ngannou's got the longest, but he's got a 4-fight finish streak. Tuivasa's one ahead of him at 5, and Rogan's got a tie on again. What in the world? When did Joe Rogan start wearing ties? The whole world's gone mad. Where's the black shirt and the jacket? Joe doesn't wear ties. Maybe he's just been taking too much on it. He's feeling too smart. He has to wear the tie. But I don't know, man. I don't know why Joe wears the tie. But he looks good in the white shirt and the tie. But I know in the white shirt and the tie, you kind of look like a waiter when I think about it. What do you guys think in the chat? I think it was Mergliata. Do we get confirmation on that? John Johnson, thank you. We really appreciate all you guys. I'm gonna take a second here and say hello to some people in the chat. Appreciate you, John, for that compliment. We love being here for you guys too. I don't know. Let's see. Izzy with Volkanovski in the audience tonight. They want to see their boy Kai Kara-France put gold around his waist, and they all just chugged a cocktail, and Izzy threw the ice at the camera. That dude's just a showman. He knows how to do things and get things done. I'm always loving Izzy. You know, you're not going to stop me from that. And they're throwing up the promo now for Usman Edwards 2. I think Kamaru steamrolls him, UFC 278. But Derrick Lewis is getting up. He's getting up. I mean, Pavlovich made a statement I'm seeing up there in the tweets. And I don't know what kind of statement you made. I mean, that was great. I think it was Mergliata, Davison Figueiredo in the crowd with his belt around his shoulder. Obviously, he's going to face the winner. I see Lauren Murphy in there. I see all kinds of – are they chugging another drink? Oh, boy, they're going to be hammered. They're going to be hammered tonight. No, that's just a replay. Izzy throwing the ice. But, man, I'll tell you what. It's I just can't stand – if there's one thing I can't stand in mixed martial arts – I understand if it's amateurs. Trust me, I do. I understand if it's a legit stoppage. I understand if someone's out on their feet, if someone's crumbled to the ground and prone to injury. But when someone's taking the shots and they're standing up, and when someone has the track record of Derrick Lewis, and when someone's been through the wars that dude has been through, I just cannot understand any reason on God's green earth why you would ever stop that fight. I just don't get it. I do not get it. I won't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it because that was just a bad stoppage. It was not, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one, but he was on his way up. Meanwhile, you're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277. Still time to get your bets in on the co-main and the main event. Will Kai Kara-France, high volume of strikes, almost 5 per minute. Think about that for 1 second. But Brandon Moreno, the assassin baby, he has a win already over Kai Kara-France. It was about 2.5 years ago, 2019, and he beat him by decision. But since then, he's a different fighter, man. Henry Cejudo said it in a video that he did on Instagram. Brandon Moreno's got championship experience now. He's been a champion. He's been in the 5-round fights, the wars. He's won 1-1 against Figgy. He's a different fighter. But so is Kai Kara-France, and a lot of people believe he's peaking. He's reaching those heights right now where champions live, and we're going to see in just a few minutes. But I was back and forth on this fight over and over again, literally tossing and turning. Who do I pick? Who do I pick? Because I take this seriously. You know, I want to give you guys the best information. We want to make sure that you're informed. We want to make sure that you can make those choices and do the right thing for yourself. And you're going to get that weekly 50 code in there, and you're going to get that 50% half deposit bonus from MyBookie. You're going to do it at the website right now, mybookie.ag/sportsbook/UFC. That's where you're going to get that. But 50% half deposit match up to $1,000 with the code weekly50 from us to you at MMA Weekly, along with our friends at MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Again, you're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277. We're doing our reaction show. We got a really good audience building in there right now. This is the co-main. Will Brandon Moreno's championship experience pay off against Kai-France? This dude's, I love his power for a guy in this weight class, man. And what do they put in the water in New Zealand? What are they eating in their food? How are these guys in the lower weight classes so damn strong, so damn powerful, so tough and hard to hit and hard to hurt with their chins and throwing bombs for guys their size? Volkanovski's another one. Izzy's got the pinpoint accuracy. He's a kickboxing guy. But when you see what those guys coming out of there with the dynamite they have in their hands as they show the skyline of downtown Dallas, and you know, Moreno is 19-6 and Kai-France is 24-9. Figgy's 21-2. But when I think about what Kai-France has done in the UFC, and he made his debut all the way back in 2018 at UFC Fight Night Dos Santos versus Tuivasa, and that's a long time ago, right? That's junior, and he's gone these days. But he went on a win streak there. He lost to Brandon Moreno by unanimous decision. He beat Tyson Nam. Then he lost to Brandon Royval by submission, guillotine choke. I like Royval a lot. And then he's got wins over Rogerio Bontorin, Cody Garbrandt, completely starched Cody Garbrandt and just laid him out. TKO in round number 1, 3 minutes, 21 seconds. And that wasn't even close. He just came out and bombed Cody. Cody had no idea what hit him in that fight. And then Askarov, that was very close for a unanimous decision. That was on the Columbus card, which was earlier this year, which was Blades and Dawkins. And that really sucked last week to see Curtis Blades get that win that way with Aspinall. I thought Aspinall was going to win the fight. But this fight right here is legitimately, if you're a fan of technical mixed martial arts, if you're a fan of technical striking, if you're a fan of fighters switching stances and head movement and just unbelievable dizzying quickness within the striking game, this is a fight for you. Brandon Moreno's really improved his ground game. I like his jiu-jitsu. You know, he's a great fighter all the way across the board. But, you know, I mean, this let's not forget, Kai-France is a Muay Thai fighter, right? And Brandon Moreno is a Mexican boxer. I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's the way I see this fight. He's got the left hook. He's got the chin. But he does have a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So if you're looking for an advantage, Moreno's got the advantage with the jits, in the grappling, on the ground, at least. And no one says on paper anymore because it's not paper. On computer screen or phone screen, he's got the advantage, right? But, man, both guys are incredibly tough. Incredibly tough, incredibly skilled. I want to see this one stay on the feet. If I'm Moreno, I try to get it on the ground. Maybe early, too, before you get sweaty and sticky. But easier said than done against Kai-France. And this is going to be a lot of fun. The odds for this fight at MyBookie right now, if you're taking a peek, they're minus 210 for Brandon Moreno, which means you bet $210 to win 100. And for Kai-France, it's plus 170, which means you bet 100 to win 170. And I think I'm a little behind on the stream again because I see a clock started up there, but I don't see a fight on my fight stream. Nope, I think the clock was just running. I'm not
just
sure.
setting
Did it
it
start,
up.
Scott?
It hasn't started. The walkout's still going on.
Oh, the walkout's still going. Okay, I'm making sure that I'm not, because I'm kind of flying blind a little bit here. But man, this is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, guys, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Right here on MMA Weekly, this is a great time every time we get to do this show, and we still have Amanda Nunes with her legacy on the line, man. I mean, how does it get any better than that, right? So I'm looking at the odds here, and I'm going to take you through some of the props real quick on this fight, right? So let's see. Where's the props on this fight? I'm looking. Where'd they go? Here. Where they are. Where are they? Oh, the props are down. The props are down, so you're not going to get the props right now, but you can still wait. 3 props. There they are. Ha! Okay. What do we got? Kara-France versus Moreno. Fight goes the distance. Yes, 1.61. No, 2.20. So you know what that means. That means that you've got to bet $220 to win 100 if you say no. You win $161 if you bet 100 if you say yes. So that's the way it goes there. Round betting, round 2. You know, if you want Kara-France to win in round 4 or round 5, those numbers are really good. Moreno in round 5, those numbers are really good. So that's saying you're going to get a finish in round 5. And the method of victory, let me see. The best odds there would be Kara-France by KO, TKO, DQ, or submission. And that would be at, you got 3 more minutes to get that in. That would be at plus 550. You bet 100 to win 550. And you're going to get that weekly 50 is the code. You're going to get that 50% half deposit match right now from MyBookie if you go and you play that action at mybookie.ag/sportsbook/UFC/props if you want the props, just /UFC if you want the regular bet. But walking out right now, Kara-France. Is it his time? You're kind of feeling like it is, right? I've talked to a couple of friends of mine. I got one of them sitting right next to me right now as I take over his house. Poor guy can't even turn the volume up on his TV. As you say there, a guy I've known forever. Shout out Jeff Picardi. But it's literally you just get that feeling about Kara-France right now, and that's what I'm getting from people who I know who really know the sport, right? Smash the like, hit the subscribe, get in the chat, let us know how you're feeling. What are you thinking, guys? What are you thinking? The audience is going through the roof right now. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Peter Hassinger in there. Warrior Genetics, you got it, Cal. No doubt. And Peter Hassinger says, Pena, we're not on that fight yet. John Johnson says, I'm with you on that, though. Wouldn't shock me one bit, and that would mean if Kara-France wins, right? Cal says he has a parlay on France and Peña. Oh, boy, is that one. You know what? That one's going to pay, bro. That one's going to pay because Kara-France is plus 180, and Peña, where's Peña at now? Last time I saw Peña, well, I don't even want to guess because last time I saw her, yeah, she's at plus 205, bro, and Amanda's at minus 260. So that parlay, Kara-France and Julianna Peña is literally going to be a big payout for you, Cal. So, man, I'm kind of, Terry Hester says Cal is winning. I don't know, but Kara-France is, they're in their walkouts right now. Can't wait to watch this fight. Cannot wait to watch this fight because he's in the cage right now waiting the arrival of the assassin baby, Brandon Moreno. You know, I'm curious while you guys are going in the chat right now. John Johnson says, I like both fighters, just don't see Peña losing tonight. You guys are all on the main event. All right, Terry Hester says Kai is winning. A3THMO says Kai got this. Let's get your thoughts on this fight right now, okay? Because we got the main event coming up. The assassin baby's got the Karate Kid headband coming out. I'm waiting for Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off. But the assassin baby, Brandon Moreno, is walking out, and he's got that look in his eyes, man. He just wants to murder somebody. And I love this dude. He's a great fighter. I picked him, and I picked him by decision. But I could easily see Kara-France as a plus 170 dog. You know, I mean, look, the total at over 4.5 is minus 145 on France and plus 115 under 4.5 for Moreno. And that look in Moreno's eyes, man, he's in that beast mode. But he was like that coming out for the last Figueiredo fight. And then I didn't really see in that fight what I thought I would see from him. I don't know. I thought he played it safe a little bit. What do you guys think? Tell me in the chat what you think. Wish I could hear what they're thinking when they enter the octagon. You know, John, that's interesting. I've asked a lot of fighters that question. What are you thinking while you're on your way out there? And a lot of times the fighters will tell me they're not thinking anything. They don't have anything on their minds in that moment. They've already hit that zone where you could literally light them on fire and they wouldn't even feel it. They're just in that place mentally where they're not thinking. And they're not thinking until after the intros and their coach is in their ear going, hey, man, boom, 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 boom. This is what you need to do. So I'm very excited to see Moreno do this. I mean, he's a tough dude. He's a G. He's been in the wars. He's been in the championship fights. He's been in the 5-round battles. You know what I mean? He makes adjustments. He's made coaching changes. He's not afraid to mix things up. He's 19-6. He's got 11 submission wins, only 3 by knockout. So This is what Brandon Moreno needs to do. Like, look, the first Figgy fight was epic. It was an all-time classic, right? And he was going back and forth on the feet with that left hook all night long, and I love him for that. The last time out, I want to know what you guys think. It was the fight of the night against Figueiredo. Do you think, because Brandon Moreno hadn't lost since back-to-backs with Pettis and Alessandre. I told you I'm going to say it a million times. Pantoja, who just looked dominant tonight against Perez. But he hadn't lost since then. And he had the draw against Figgy, then the win against Figgy, and he looked incredible. UFC 263 in Glendale, Arizona. I was sitting right there, June 12th, 2021, watching it happen from 15 feet away. And he looked incredible that night. He looked incredible. The draw was in Vegas. The win was in Arizona, and the loss was in California. But I honestly thought that Brandon Moreno was a little bit too conservative. He just fought a little bit too safely. And sometimes that happens, right? And look, when you're in a trilogy, when you're in a third fight against the same opponent, right, you have to understand something. Both guys have seen everything the other guy has to offer. Yeah, Figgy went to fight ready, and he had some new things going with the ground game, but he literally won that fight by being patient. Moreno was banking on him losing his cool like he usually does because he gets a little hot-headed, and he did not do that. That's why he won. But Brandon Moreno didn't get super aggressive either, and I thought he thought he had the fight won. And that's how he fought. You can never fight like you think you have a fight won. Last time we saw that was Thug Rose, and I don't know why in the hell she thought that in her last fight. And that's not a knock on Rose. She just didn't fight in that fight. So sometimes you show up and you play it safe. You can never, ever, and The Rock means never fight like that. Never. You got to fight to win. You got to fight with offensive skills on display. You got to have that mindset that the best defense is a great offense. That's how I see it in the octagon. You're just not going to, you're going to get burned eventually playing it safe in that arena. And that's what's happening right there. So Joker says Nunes finna win. Israel says Pena. What about this fight, guys? What about the little guys in there? I'm just going to say something, and I get myself in trouble with the fighters, and Henry fought at 25, and I've known a lot of these guys, but does anybody else find it funny when those 125ers get up there and flex? I don't know. I just kind of laugh. I mean, they're just little dudes. Is that like something I shouldn't say? What do you guys think? Does anybody else laugh at that when they see it? Because I kind of do, and maybe I shouldn't, but I think it's funny. I think it's funny when the little guys flex. I don't know, but man, I'll tell you what, I don't think anything's funny about this fight. My TV's kind of having a little bit, well, it's not my TV. TV where I am is kind of like, is a little bit, there it goes. It was lagging. That's what my kids talk about all the time, is lagging. If my son's not talking about his game lagging, he's calling me a boomer or saying I'm cringe. He's 13. I'm never going to get past that with him until he's a little bit older. But again, guys, 50% half deposit match with the code WEEKLY50 from MyBookie. It's closed for this fight right now, but man, I'll tell you what, you can get the main event at MyBookie right now, and I'm looking at the rankings, and a first time, and I don't want to call an interim champion a champion. They pick and choose who they want to give interim title fights to. Look at Izzy and Volk going nuts, and Dan Hooker for their guy, Kai Kara-France. But man, I'll tell you what. Minus 205 is the closing line for the Assassin Baby. Is there a better nickname than the Assassin Baby? There's a couple of them, right? I mean, we had Blood Diamond fight Orion tonight. I mean, that's awesome, right? When Blood Diamond fights Orion, you're doing well in the octagon. We're still waiting, too, for Alessandre Pantoja to come to the podium. Magomed Ankalaev, in case you didn't notice or didn't know, TKO win over Anthony Lionheart-Smith. Second round, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. 1 minute, 31 seconds of round one. Alessandre Pantoja came out and just ripped Alex Perez apart on the feet, and he was a dog. He was a live dog. I picked him, and I picked Dober. I told you guys, him and Dober, those were the guys that I was riding hard tonight, and that didn't sound right. Hold on. Rewind. Those were the guys, the live dogs that I was picking. How about that? Look at the look on Kai Kara-France's face. I can't believe this fight's starting already. It's an early night, man. We're only an hour and a half into this card, and the co-main event with Herb Dean in the center of the octagon is getting started right now. Brandon Moreno in the green trunks and in the black Kai Kara-France. They're black and white, not the black and gold, befitting of a champion, like you would hear John say. But, man, Kai Kara-France number 2, Brandon Moreno number 1. The winner gets Davison Figueiredo. It'd be pretty awesome to see Kai Kara-France get that just because you get a little bit of a break from the Figueiredo Moreno. It's already been a trilogy. They're 1-1-1. One's across the board. Kai Kara-France smartly coming out. He's throwing some leg kicks. You just want to soften that lead leg of Brandon Moreno. You want to stay away from the takedowns, and you want to stay away from the left hook. Kai Kara-France has a little bit of a height advantage, wants to use the jab and the kicks because the legs are longer. He feels like he can reach him from secondary distance, and that's something if you've ever trained or if you've ever really talked to coaches or really followed it on that level, you know the 3 levels of distance. And Kai Kara-France wants to fight this fight in level 2. He doesn't want to be in the pocket against Brandon and worry about a takedown, and he sure as hell does not want that left hook to start landing because that's a damaging strike. From the Assassin Baby, you got about 350 remaining, and is there a low blow already? ABC just changed the rulings on low blows, by the way. You guys can look that up. Google it. I'm not going to get into it right now, but Google it. Check it out. But what do we got in the chat? What are you guys thinking? Let me see. Kai Kara-France and Moreno had that left arm out, looking to throw that left hook. Missed it. I don't think that was a low blow. Yeah, that was in the thigh, bro. That was not a low blow. I don't believe that was a low blow. So there's been 31 seconds of timeout. I really don't believe that's a low blow. He says he's fine. I'm not really sure that was a low blow. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. So they're back squared up. Moreno's looking to throw the body kicks. Smart, man. You want to do anything you can to take the steam and the cardio and the wind out of your opponent, especially a striker like Kai Kara-France. Moreno, again, a black belt. KKF's the blue belt. But that city kickboxing, man, what a coach Eugene Behrman is. I like that dude. What a nice guy. I like him. I like everyone. You guys know this about me. No surprise there. Almost everyone. There's a couple people I don't like, but I won't say their names on the show in the interest of just not saying them or getting anybody mad at me. But there's a couple people who, you know, could get upset if they had $1 million living on a pile of ice cream. We're almost at the 3-minute mark. Really not a whole lot of action yet. The fake low blow. But Moreno's, you know, coming at him. Oh, nice inside leg kick with the right foot into the right leg. That tender meat of the inner thigh. That's just sitting there all night. And now he's on the outside of the lead leg. So he's loving throwing that right leg, those leg kicks right now. Clearly trying to take the legs out from underneath Brandon Moreno is Kai Kara-France. That's a big part of his game plan tonight. That and the jab from distance. Smart way to start this fight. You know, neither guy's really going to gas. Moreno really wants to land that left hook. He's thrown a few of them so far. Hasn't. He's throwing that left hand high up in the air like this. Like kind of stand back like this and throwing this up like that. And, you know, I mean, you just don't want to see eye pokes. Kai Kara-France has a little bit of redness starting on his face. I don't see blood. Maybe there's a little bit. I'm not sure. But Moreno did hit him a little bit there. Nice left-footed leg kick from Kai Kara-France into the inner thigh of the left leg. So that's what he's doing. He's looking to tenderize the legs with those kicks, and he's throwing the jab from distance. Moreno moving side to side, switching stances, looking to land that left hook, and a big right just misses from France. And Moreno ducks under it, looking for the takedown. He's got one leg up. And a nice job from Kai Kara-France. Those guys are so strong, man. Like I said, I don't know what's in the food, but now Moreno's got his back on the feet. Again, if you're just joining us, man, it's been a quick night. Round 2, 309 for Lionheart Smith. He has unofficially a broken leg. We don't know that for sure yet. No confirmation, and I don't have any confirmation on that. I'm just going by some of the things I've seen and heard.
The UFC is checking on that for me.
The UFC is checking for Scott. Alessandro Pantoja with a blitz of strikes and then a submission by a rear naked choke, climbed on the back of Alex Perez, really had him in like a neck crank, and the choke wasn't even under the neck. It was just on the side of the head. But what it does there, it doesn't cut off the air. It doesn't have to cut off the air to be effective. It cuts off the freaking blood flow to your head, okay? If it cuts off the air, that's one thing. But when you cut off the blood flow to your head, that's equally devastating, and that's what happened there. And then Sergey Pavlovich beats Derrick Lewis and, stopped at 55 seconds of round number 1 by TKO when Lewis was on his way back up from a turtled position, and I thought it was a bad stoppage. Moreno lands a big left. Oh, and a nice body kick followed up into the right side of Kai Kara-France. France is hurt. Kai Kara-France is a little bit hurt. You're not going to take him out that easy. But he's a little bit hurt. That was a nice combination by the assassin, baby. Punches and kicks. He's throwing them all, and he's throwing them all with confidence. He's throwing elbows. There really aren't any holes that I see in Brandon Moreno's game. Like I said, he was a little too conservative, I thought, in the last fight against Figgy, but he's supremely confident in there. He's moving his head side to side. That's a close round. What do you guys think in the chat if you're watching? Who do you think won that round? Mike Jones says the money is on Kai and Pena. Everyone's talking about that parlay. Kai Kara-France, oh, his nose is crooked, man. I think he broke his nose in round number 1. I didn't see the punch it happened on. Let's see if we can get a replay. But he's got a crooked nose, and you know you're a badass, man. Most time, and I've seen a lot of fights in bar. I've been in a couple. I don't want to be in too many. But I've been in a few back in the day. Usually when I've seen a guy's nose get busted or rearranged to the point where it's crooked, that fight's over. Almost any guy, any size I've ever seen, as tough as they've been, and I've seen a lot of them, even the toughest guys, your nose gets bent up, it's over. UFC fighters just fight through that, man. I mean, I freaking love these guys. They fight through that. They fight through broken nose. I've seen like Mike Perry's done it a million times, right? Amanda Nunes and Julianna Pena coming up right after this. This is pretty dope. That and the press conference will probably be over a little bit early tonight. Dana White will wrap it up fast. It's his birthday weekend. What's he going to do for $800 million on his birthday? Yeah, round 2's underway. Brandon Moreno really looks confident, but Kai Kara-France, it's not that he doesn't. Moreno's a little bit more flashy with the head movement, but he's having a lot of success ducking under punches, looking for takedowns. France stuffs another one. These two guys are really evenly matched, man. I said this one's going the distance from the beginning. France still looking to throw those leg kicks and use that jab. Moreno's adjusted a little bit to it. He wants to use his jab a little bit more now. Really pronounced shoulder. I mean, Moreno's going like this. I mean, really moving and turning those shoulders and really bobbing that head around. Hard to hit a moving target, right? Especially in the UFC. You guys don't even know how hard it is to land a punch against these guys. I've tried to spar some of these fighters. I mean, and they didn't even throw back, and I couldn't touch them. I couldn't touch them. It's like you couldn't hit Mayweather in a phone booth, right? It's pretty similar with these 125ers. Not a lot of exchanges so far in this fight. They've been picking and poking from distance, and you know, that's kind of what I expected to see, and that's why I thought it would go the distance. They're picking, they're poking. These guys don't have a ton of power in this weight class anyway, though Kai Kara-France probably has featherweight power, maybe just bantamweight power in between the two, possibly. In the chat, everybody's still talking about the main event. The numbers just keep growing. Thank you guys for being in there. Smash that subscribe button. Hit the bell, the like button. Moreno's got France's back again with 3:15 left in round number 2. Remember, it's a 5-round fight for the Interim Championship, which is, interim's my least favorite word in the sport, by the way. I hate the word interim. I'm with Justin Gaethje, man. Throw that belt on the ground. It isn't worth a damn. That's how I see it. You're not a champion if you're the interim champ. That's just my thought. I've said this all the time on the show for as long as we've been doing it. But Moreno, I think, is starting to take a little bit of control here. I picked him in this fight, but I don't think he's going to get a finish. I don't know. And also, Kai Kara-France, his back, his face, his whole body looks red. So you can't really go by that. Some fighters just look red. I mean, that blood just shows right through the skin. And, you know, it doesn't mean they're hurt. It just means that their blood shows right through the skin. But France misses badly, and Moreno looking for a takedown, throws him down. It's not a takedown. But Brandon Moreno is looking really smooth and sharp in there right now. I mean, this Brandon Moreno showed up in Anaheim earlier this year. He still has the gold, and it's Figueiredo. Well, it wouldn't be Figueiredo because he had the injury. But you know what I'm saying. It was probably been Pantoja and Kai Kara-France. But Kai Kara-France really isn't coming that close to hitting him. Moreno's so quick, man. Remember that first fight against Figgy, how quick he was? And he started to get caught later. I thought Figgy was a G in the 5th round of that fight. That was incredible. They were both hurt. But Moreno's so quick. Kai Kara-France having trouble landing anything right now. Just missed with the right, but that head movement. I mean, he's literally like this. Like real pronounced and real quick. And these punches are missing by 6 inches, and the kicks too now. They were landing in the first round, but you can see Kai Kara-France, he lands one there, but he's not as quick to go in and throw those shots at Moreno. But he's still got a lot of steam on him. He's not hurt. I don't want to give the impression that he's hurt. We always tend to just talk about the fighter who has the momentum, and I don't want to do that because anything can change at any moment. France just landed a leg kick, for example. Minute 10 and counting left in the round. Really happy to have you with us. UFC 277 live reaction show on MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. Weekly 50 is the code. The website is mybookie.ag/sportsbook/UFC. They're going to give you a 50% half deposit bonus. Moreno throws a head kick, misses and falls, and gets popped with a jab on the way back up. Didn't hurt him. He's lucky there. Man, that head kick shot way up over there. I mean, that thing would have hit Andre the Giant or Shaq. Like, head kick Shaq with that one for a little dude. Numbers keep climbing in the chat. What are you guys thinking right now? Are you watching this thing? What are you guys thinking? Are you enjoying this as much as I have? We got 20 seconds left in round number 2. Kai Kara-France landing some more leg kicks. I'd have to say, though, both rounds to Moreno at this point. Oh, nice kick followed by a knee. To throw a head kick and a knee to the midsection back-to-back as quickly as Moreno just did, you'd have to see it. And then he lands a 1-2 jab. Oh, man. Jab and then, it was a 3-4. It was a hook to the body, and it was a straight right to the body. Man. 3-2. I should know not to call those numbers during a fight when my head's spinning. But I'd say Moreno's got both rounds. And Kai Kara-France is not really – I wonder what – Eugene Behrman's a wizard. What's he going to try to figure out here? Because Kai Kara-France didn't land anything really in that round. It was a tough, tough thing. Almost as tough as watching my friend drink beer and eat chips and dip right now. And I'm sitting here working. I'm waiting to get some of those after – but, man, the head kick did graze him. Oh, see, so what happened was Moreno threw a head kick. It grazed Kara-France, who was throwing. Yeah, the head kick hit him, but Kai Kara-France was throwing a leg kick, an inside leg kick, that hit the left leg of Moreno while Moreno's left leg, or hit the right leg of Moreno while Moreno's left leg hit him in the head. That's what happened. That's why Moreno fell down there. But more damage clearly done by Moreno. The face of Kai Kara-France is his nose is straight. They popped it back in. I mean, these dudes are tough, man. They are tough. My lips are getting dry over here. I need some water. Usually go through like 5 or 6 waters a show. Third round's underway. Oops. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. Moreno's on his back. Is he pulling for an armbar? Kai Kara-France is in top position, but he's not through the guard. Moreno's got the body triangle wrapped around him, and he was pulling for an armbar. Remember, Moreno's a black belt. Kai Kara-France a blue belt. Oh, nice. Oh, Kai Kara-France landing some bombs as Moreno tries to get up. Some big right hands. Oh, yeah. I'm not rooting for anyone. I just love seeing people get beat up. Moreno's bleeding, too, I think. Those were big shots from Kai Kara-France. The biggest ones he's landed in the fight. As Moreno was trying to get up, just got smoked. But he's a tough dude. It's going to take more than that. Kai Kara-France kind of needed that confidence boost. Oh, nice job by Moreno coming in. He feints, avoids the right, and pops him with the left. This is high level. Nice jab from Moreno. Snaps the head back. Man. Nobody landing in that exchange. This is a fun fight to watch. I hope you guys are enjoying this if you're watching it. Interim equals nothing. I'm with you, Cal. Absolutely nothing. You'll do nothing. It means nothing. France plus 300 to win right now. Live odds. Gotta love that. Moreno's bleeding from underneath. Is bleeding from his right side. Bleeding from his left side. Oh, big right again from, Kai Kara-France is starting to take control of this round. Moreno's still quick. and active with the movement. Nice leg kick from Kara-France. Gotta be careful. You don't want to rush him too hard and get taken down. But Moreno's face is busted up, man, on both sides. He took some huge shots. And we're not even halfway through round 3. Moreno's face is busted up. Kara-France doing what he does best. Such a fun fight. Moreno, of course, standing in the pocket, just throwing bombs back at him. This is a great round. I mean, Kara-France, 11 knockouts, big highlight reel knockouts in his career. The Cody Garbrandt one was just phenomenal. I think Cody thought he was just going to come down and bully these guys, and Kara-France smoked his ass. And I like Cody. Oh, nice left from France. Moreno's got blood trickling down his left side of his face, but his right side of his face is destroyed. But it's not affecting him at all. His performance, he's moving the same speed, same quickness, throwing the same. So it's kind of, you know, I mean, just a testament to what a G he is. And make no mistake about it, he's an absolute G. Who's winning? N_F. It's got to be Moreno. He won the first 2 rounds. And right now, Kara-France is dominating this round. I won't say it's a 10-8, but he's clearly, at least to me, winning the round. Moreno's blood's trickling down his arms now. Kara-France is throwing bombs. Got to be careful, though, on those home run swings. Moreno covering up top, his face clearly bothering him, and Kara-France aiming for the body, very smartly doing so. I said in between rounds, I was wondering aloud, like, hey, what's Eugene Bierman coming up with? He's a wizard, man. We saw it in this round. Put him on his back and smoked him on the way up. Avoided the armbar. Really nice round for Kara-France. Aloha from Hawaii. Aloha back to you, high_class Knives Hawaii. I love some of these screen names. There's a lot of creativity going on here. Oh, another big shot. Oh, Moreno just keeps going. Oh, that's a low blow. No, that's a low blow. Come on, Herb. Come on, Herb. No. Oh, come on. Brandon Moreno. Dude. His face is busted open. I think it was a low blow that he hit him with, and then he just rushed him and pummeled him on the ground. But I do believe it was a low blow that put him there. And if that's what happened, that's a damn shame because Herb missed it. And it happens. I'm not ripping Herb. But I want to see the replay here. Moreno's going to win by TKO. I picked him to win. I picked him to win by decision. His face is busted up, man.
I thought it was a low blow, too, but it wasn't. He got him right in the sweet spot in the ribs.
He got him in the sweet spot in the ribs. Okay, there we go. It wasn't a low blow. So Kara-France, if you ask me, and look, I'm not one to sit here and tell fighters how to fight. I'm not trying to come off that way, but it looked to me like he got a little bit too aggressive because he thought he had Moreno hurt. And this show of sportsmanship is great. They're both bowing down to each other, and that's why I love mixed martial arts, and it's the greatest sport on earth. And as soon as I started covering it, I was like, peace out, every other sport. And I still like them, but in terms of covering them, I'm here. And, man, you look at these two guys, and you would think that Kara-France won, and they're showing Figgy. Figgy's got the red hair dye with the blonde hair dye with the red streak. He's got the Triple C Henry Cejudo lion on his shirt with the gold all around the red shirt. I mean, he's a flashy dude. We're going to see a fourth one, baby. We're going to see the quadrigy. What would you call it, Scott? Do you know the word? Oh, man, he crushed him with that kick and then just pounced on him with those. Yeah, and Herb let him go for a while. Nah, you had to stop that. Maybe a little bit longer. It used to be the meme of, it was right in the midsection. It was just under the rib, but it came straight up, and he got him with his foot on an upward angle. So it looked like a low blow. And I apologize. That was my immediate reaction. You know, sometimes like my dad used to always tell me, you can't speak. Wait, no, you can't think with your mouth. You can't think with your mouth. That's what my dad used to tell me.
Yeah, I
was thinking with my mouth.
I thought it was a low blow, too. It definitely looked like it.
It did, and it came straight up the pipe, too. But another TKO. How about this main card, Scott? TKO, submission, TKO. Second round, first round, third round. But the two first rounds, a combined time of 2 minutes and 26 seconds. So we've literally had, 6 minutes, 9 minutes and 9 seconds of fight time in 4 fights. No, because that was the third round. Never mind. Add 10 minutes to that, and add 5 more for the Lionheart fight. Never mind. So 15 minutes to that. So 24 minutes and 9 seconds in 4 fights. That's about 6 minutes of fight. And Lionheart Smith injured himself in the first round, came out in the second round, and got stopped by Ankalaev. That one could have been done sooner. But I'm really impressed with Brandon Moreno. He took a beating in this round. Grieshaber got his confidence back. He was bum rushing him. He was hitting him. And it looked to me like he was taking control of his fight. But Brandon Moreno throws the kick up the middle, goes right above the belly button, underneath the rib cage, a little bit to the left side, and just crumples him and then pounces and beats him down and pounds him out. So he deserved the win. It's a great victory for Brandon Moreno. He's a tremendous, and he's going to be the interim champion right now. But I'm sure, having been a champion, the interim belt is not really anything that means all that much to him at this point. You know, so Moreno gets the win. And I just, man, what a fight. What a fight. I mean, that third round. The first round was, you know, and just feeling each other out. Not a whole lot of exchanges. The second round, Moreno started to take control. That third round was awesome. And I almost feel deprived. I almost feel robbed as a fight fan right now, because the way that fight was going, we were going to see a war for a couple of more rounds. But give these guys credit. You know, I mean, that's a lot. To get a finish in this weight class is not easy. But a TKO, you know, finish for Brandon Moreno. And Joe's in there with the white shirt and the tie. Still can't get used to Joe in the tie. Probably going to say that again tonight, too. I'm not sure why he's wearing the tie. But he's got his reasons, I'm sure. But that kick, man, that kick right up the middle from Brandon. And he stepped into it, took 2 steps into it, and had France backpedaling. 2 steps into it, steps back. Oh, full. Ew. Man. That's looking like some internal bleeding right there, man. That's just not something you want to feel. If you've ever trained before, you get a kick like that, and I've taken a couple of them because I can't fight for shit. But, man, they hurt. They absolutely just kill. And it takes your will to live away when you eat one of those. It literally does. It takes your breath away. It takes your brain away. It takes everything away that you have as far as faculties go. And you're just, man. And there's Figueiredo holding up the belt. This is awesome. This is platinum and red hair. Is he going to come in the cage? Come on, Figgy. Get in there. There he goes. I love this little dude. He's hilarious. He's absolutely hilarious. But we're going to see a 4th fight. Is he coming in, or is he just on the out? No, he's on the outside edge. Moreno's talking to him right now. When will we see this fight? We'll see it this year. Dana's bodyguard stopped him. That dude grabs you. You're not going anywhere. I don't care who you are. Maybe the heavyweights, not. But, man. Come on, Tim. You're kidding me, right? Look at the KOs and TKOs on this card. Tim Campbell says, I can't believe anyone actually purchased this worthless card. You have your right to your opinion, but look at what Pantoja did. You know what I'm saying? Look at what Brandon Moreno just did. It's unfortunate what happened to Anthony Smith, and the stoppage on Derrick Lewis was horse crap. But even the undercard was really nice. I mean, Drew Dober with a nice KO. I picked him. I picked Pantoja. My boy Jakar Close got a win over Garcia. I called a few of his fights on the way up. Play-by-play, Jakar Close. He's an Arizona guy. Jocelyn Edwards picked up a win. She came in overweight, but she got a win. Man, Michael Morales stayed undefeated. Beat Adam Fugit by TKO, 3rd round, minute 9. They're face-to-face in the octagon, and they're shaking hands. Look at the class. Brandon Moreno's all class, and Figgy is too. They got their arms around each other. Figgy's on the mic. I like that shirt, though. If you've seen my Instagram, @JimGrease_, you'll see some of those shirts I got that are pretty similar to Figueiredo's shirt right now. The ladies love him. I don't know if they love his. They love mine. I'm sure they love his, too. He's a champ. But, man, we're still waiting for Pantoja and Pavlovich to come to the podium.
Pantoja, congratulations on the victory. Before we get into
There
that
is
fight,
Pantoja
we just
right
saw
now
the finale of
on
Brandon
MMA
Moreno
Weekly.
and Grieshaber-France's fight. What did you think of Brandon's victory over Kai?
It's an amazing victory for Brandon. Brandon's a very tough opponent, and he coming. I fight with both guys in tough show, and I have to they both guys come to UFC, make a beautiful career, and these both guys have family and family guys, like me, and make entertainment fights. And I'm happy for Breno, but I see now try to make it Davidson Figueiredo and Breno Moreno 4. That's I'm frustrated, but it shows that if I need to fight one more time, I'm here.
Are there any names that you can fight? Because like we said at Media Day, you've beaten a lot of these guys, you've fought in a lot of these guys, and a lot of people might not want to fight you, or they don't want to risk their place. Are there any other guys that you can fight in the meantime?
No names.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in position. I don't need to call nobody. I think in my position now, UFC need to see who's the best for division. I don't know if Davidson Figueiredo is ready to fight in December. He looks so fat, and he say he have injury in your hand, your finger, and he look like a fat, he can run, he can lift it, but I don't know. Maybe he need to found some place to train it better. I don't know. But in my position now, I need back to the gym. I go work hard and stay ready for wherever UFC call me.
Davidson seemed interested in making that fourth fight in Brazil when Brandon said he would do it. Would you like to be on that card and maybe serve as a backup again?
Yeah, I know UFC back to Brazil, back to the house of MMA, and it's possibly Rio. Rio is my town, bro. I'm fucking the boy from Rio, man. And of course, maybe if don't for the title, but I want and I have to do. And but definitely everybody want to fight in the Rio, That's the card I wanted to go.
Looking at this fight against Alex today, is that the type of fight you expected so quickly and so spectacularly?
Perry is a tough opponent. I trained so hard for this opponent. And when you train so hard for one big opponent like him, that things can happen, You're so ready, and I can finish like that. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, right here. When Davidson was back here earlier, I asked him, who would you prefer to win the fight between you and Perez? And he didn't give it an exact answer, but he did say he will see you soon. So what is your reaction to that?
I like Davidson. I fight with him. He's a very tough opponent. He's a champion, He's a danger guy. But I don't know. Too much lights in the Davidson. Maybe he's confused now. He need to find to what the reason for the fight. He's coming to the walking around with like a fancy clothes, that's some weird, It's like a clown, I don't. This style. I don't like this shit, And I think he's not like that, He's like a fake person, But in the cage, yes, he's a big opponent. He's a tough guy, and I hope fight with him soon, in the future.
And after your performance tonight, there's a lot of reaction from your fighting peers. I think Bilal Muhammad even tweeted out that you were going to beat anybody like tonight, including Francis Ngannou. So what does it feel to have that support and that love from your peers to really see you as that next person that could be the champion of this division?
Have something I talk with my coach when I'm in the gym, and I train so hard, and I see my partners. I'm from America Top Team. It's a huge academy. You have 100 professional fighters, give you all your best all day, and I appreciate all the guys. And I see on one of the guys when I see when I'm young, and these guys now stop to see my train. That's too much for me. The best fighter of the world stop his training to see my train. It's something like that, and I talk with my coach, and I feel amazing. I feel unstoppable, and I'm still working for nights like that.
And I know this comes up quite often, but you know, a few years ago, flyweight division was almost gone, and here tonight we have two of the most exciting fights in the division. So, can you just speak to, I guess, the division as a whole and the excitement that you guys bring?
Yeah, I need to say thanks for all the guys, old school guys, like John Moraga, Demetri Johnson, John Dodson, Joe Benavides. And I'm happy to be a part of the new flyweight, that's the new division with guys like Kai-France, is a phenomenal guy.
Alessandre Pantoja. Alessandre, I finally got some of those chips, multi-grain tortilla chips and a little bit of just a little bit of spinach dips, and saving the beer for after the show, man. But wow, we got Julianna Pena. Zero fear, right? Did you guys see this? Let's get this going in the chat. Have you ever seen, look, Mike Tyson had it, more recently Conor McGregor, right? The aura, not only of winning, but of knocking dudes the hell out. Or in Amanda Nunes' case, knocking, whatever you want to call them. Wait a minute, I'll say knocking women. It doesn't sound as good, you know what I mean? We'll just we'll let you fill in your own blank, and you can just say how you want to say it. But Amanda Nunes destroyed everybody, right? I mean, Holly Holm lasted as long as anyone. She got the head kick, and she got knocked out. Ronda Rousey got the shit kicked out of her, right? Oh, did I think I just lost my camera. My camera just died. Hold on. Scott, I have to reconnect. My camera just died. Okay. I'll be right back.
We can still hear you.
My camera just died. Jeez. All right, there we go. Sorry, guys. You gotta do what I gotta do here, but my camera's battery literally just died as we get to hit the main event. So I have my computer camera. No harm, no foul, right? And speaking of no harm, no foul, I want to hear what Sergey Pavlovich has to say about that early stoppage in his TKO win over the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis, and that big cut on his head. Here he is on MMA Weekly.
Stop fights, but what was your reaction when the referee jumped between you and Derrick Lewis?
Сергей, поздравляю с большой победой. Я знаю, это не твоя задача, не твоя работа останавливать бой, но какое у тебя мнение насчет того, что бой остановили так быстро?
Ну, там профессиональный рефери, он все видит хорошо, поэтому я считаю, что все сделано профессионально, никаких вопросов.
The ref is a pro, and I think he did his job. He did his job well, so I don't have any questions about the stoppage. I think it's a good stoppage.
When you hurt him, was that moment that you capitalized on? I think you clipped him with a hook. Did you know you could capitalize on that punch specifically, or did you just see it in the moment and jumped on it?
Когда ты понял, что ты нанес ему урон, когда ты ударил этим хуком слева, ты понял, что он он в панике и что нужно его добивать?
Да, я увидел по его глазам, что он теряется. Назад надо было напор дать довести дело до конца.
Yeah, I saw it in his eyes that he was losing it, that he was kind of going away a little bit, so I knew that I had to press on and then finish it right there.
Was there any sense in, we asked you this at Media Day, he can get hurt and then his opponents will run in and he'll explode with an attack, he will bait you in. Did that cross your mind to maybe be a little cautious when you hurt him?
Мы тебя спросили это до боя, тогда еще, что такое бывает, что его одним ударом как бы чуть-чуть урон наносит ему, потом быстренько на него бегут, а он вдруг возобновляется и таким образом добивает своего оппонента. У тебя было какое-то такое, надо аккуратно, он, может быть, меня заманивает таким образом?
All right, there we go. I guess we're cutting the press conference. Sorry about the lack of quality. I look a lot uglier when it's not 4K, a lot more ugly. But I'm doing okay for myself. The ladies are feeling me these days, so I'm not going to question it. But I look a little more grainy. How about that? I look a little more grainy on this camera. But hey, we have backups. This is what we do, right? We're professionals here on MMA Weekly. We got a big crowd in the chat right now, really happy. And look, yes, Rob Unique, watch how savage Amanda's going to be. My friend Jeff just told me. Look at the look on Amanda Nunes' face. She's about to beat this ass. That's what I'm thinking right now, and you can fill in the with whatever you want. You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277, the reaction show. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. We are powered by MyBookie. I'm pumped to be a spokesperson for MyBookie. I'm pumped that MyBookie has chosen to work with us because MyBookie is a great site, man, and there's so many prop bets on there. That's why I love them. I mean, you got to bet the prop bets in MMA, right, to really make money. For example, Amanda Nunes by murder, Amanda Nunes by decapitation, Amanda Nunes by dismemberment. There you go. I don't think those are actual bets, but they should be leading into this fight, and I don't mean to denigrate Julianna Pena, but I think she caught Amanda Nunes at the right time. Amanda unleashed everything she had in the first round, hit her and blitzed her with a big shot. And you give Peña all the credit in the world, right, for withstanding that barrage, for hanging in there, for coming out in the second round and just ripping Amanda Nunes to shreds on the feet. You cannot forget that, and you cannot discount that because that's exactly what she did. And then Amanda Nunes finished by the choke, and she tapped quickly. She was done. She was gassed. She was exhausted. I think the result of that fight was more about Amanda Nunes being tired and more about Amanda Nunes being, you never want to say fat and happy, especially when you're talking about a female, but you know what I'm saying. Like, made a lot of money, the baby, the marriage, beating everybody to death, and that confidence. But once the aura's gone, whether it's Tyson, whether it's Conor, once that aura's gone, Nate Diaz broke that aura with Conor McGregor, and it was never the same again for Conor, right? Never defended a title. So, and it's a good thing Jeff Cain's not on here ripping Conor to shreds about that, because he would, and he'd be right. Never defended a title, right? But here comes Julianna Pena, and the Venezuelan vixen has never made this walk before. The last walk of the night as the champion of the world. Think about that for 1 second. She met Dana White in a Vegas gym a few years back, and she said, I'm going to be a champion in the UFC. She not only lived up to that statement, she did it against the all-time greatest female fighter in Amanda Nunes. Killed Ronda Rousey. I mean, just thinking back and revisualizing those strikes in my mind gives me the heebie-jeebies, thinking about Ronda just getting her ass beat. Cyborg, that right hand that just, she just blasted Cyborg into next week. I mean, she's done this to Holly Holm with the head kick. Twice she beat Valentina. Some people think the second one was Valentina's fight. But, man, I didn't say Conor was broken by Diaz, Brian M. I said Conor's aura of invincibility was broken by Nate Diaz, okay? Big difference. Conor wasn't broken by, I don't think Conor's been broken by anybody yet. I think he's going to come back and be all right. But Kevin Stone says Peña's jab is overrated. And let's see. What round Honey Beat wants to know. I think Amanda Nunes wins by knockout or TKO before the end of the first round. I don't think Julianna Pena is going to be able to withstand the number of punches and the barrage that Amanda's got coming. But at the same time, Amanda's got to be smarter with her striking in this fight. You don't want to punch yourself out early and gas. She's had trouble with the cardio. There was talk of COVID, knee injuries, all these things that had happened before the last fight. Julianna Pena shocked her. She shocked her when she took that punishment. Like Tuivasa with Derrick Lewis. He took 37 significant strikes. 37 from the Black Beast. He punched himself out. Sometimes these fighters are punched. Look, you think you have someone finish, you go for it, and most of the time you get that finish. It's like the first time you're a pitcher who throws 95 in high school, college, no one touches you. You go to the pros, the first time someone turns that shit around and hits it 440 feet. That's what it feels like, except it's a punch or a kick. Most of these fighters, and I talked about this a lot of times with fighters, they don't lose till they get to the UFC. Most of them. Some of them do. But they have usually not found anyone. Like when Cain Velasquez got knocked out by Junior Dos Santos, he got up and he was like, well, what the hell just happened? Because you just don't think it's ever going to happen to you. And that's what happened to Amanda Nunes in that last fight. That's what I believe. She's got that eye. She's got that look. I didn't see it at the press conference. I didn't see it at the officials. I saw it at the ceremonial. And, man, if looks could kill, the way she walked out to the octagon tonight. Deep breaths in the corner, though, for the Lioness. She's trying to keep those emotions and that adrenaline in check right now. You don't want to have that dump. You don't want to have that adrenaline dump. I mean, this is a couple of years apart in age. You know what I mean? This is awesome. The main event's about to get started.
Let me know as soon as the round starts, Jim.
I will, Scott. You got this. The reach is even. The weight's a half pound lower for Pena. No real advantage physically for either girl, although Pena looks a little bit taller, even though it says Nunes is taller. Buffer's got the mic. It's the main event of the evening. You can't say his catchphrase. Time it's. Because you pay a lot of money. Said it backwards. Can't say anything about that. But, man, here it is, the rematch. Amanda has her back turned. She's breathing heavy. She's rolling her shoulders, 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out. I do it all the time because I have 3 kids. You can still get it in at my bookie, right? Skin in the fight, the picks you need to win. The code's weekly50. Grab yourself a deposit bonus with my bookie and make your bet now. Promo code weekly50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. That means you bet 1,000, they're going to give you 500 more on top of that bet. You bet 100, they're going to give you 50 more on top of that bet. We got the rematch. Amanda's doing leg swings, keeping those legs loose. A great way. That's a great flexibility drill. Leg swings with your arms, your palms up against the wall, and just swing your leg right in front of the other one. They're great. Try them. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with my bookie. See, you're getting exercise tips. You're getting everything here on this show. Chips. You name it. Ethan Reynolds, money on Amanda. Oh, that France Julianna Pena parlay blew up. TC, what did TC say? Wait, I gotta get some action going in the chat here. TC says Amanda has to finish her early. Longer it goes, Pena gets the advantage. That's the conventional wisdom. You're right. Nunes going to go full GSP versus Sarah too. Oh, JG. There's my man right there. There's my man. Ethan Reynolds, money on Amanda. Brian Belmonte, yup. Nunes, roided up. There they go. Here they come. The Bashers. Oh, no. I'm lagging. It's cringe, bro. I'm a Gen Zer now, too. You guys know that? I speak Gen Z. I speak Gen Zs because of my kids, man. I had to look these things up because of what they were saying to me. It's cap, deadass. That's what they were telling me. So, Lewis lost by early stoppage. That's true. Amanda is GOAT, better than John Jones, Connor, CM Punk. What? Who said that? John Cena, The Rock, Muhammad Ali. Okay, Modi, calm down over there. Oh, Amanda doesn't like being introduced first. Pena jabs her all night long. Judo Jim Purcell. When your first name is Judo, I'm taking what you say a little seriously. That's all right. I like that. Pena. A lot of Pena picks coming in. What are you guys thinking? The numbers in the chat are going crazy. We're going to keep it here for the press conference after the fights. You got Dana still to come, and you've got, Pavlovich already spoke, so you've got Brandon Moreno and his busted-up face, but what a G he is and what a win that was. And then the winner of this fight coming in as well. Adam S. says Lewis was down but wasn't out. Didn't even give Lewis a chance. I agree 100%. The GOAT is getting her belt back, and the chat is flying. I love watching that chat fly. You can't even read them. It's going so fast. Keep it coming. Let's go. Smash that subscribe. Hit the bell. Hit that like. Let us know how much you love us because we're giving you every bit of our heart and soul. Trust me, Scott works like a dog all week long at these fights. Although I've never really seen dogs work, now that I think about it. We might need to change that phrase because what do dogs do? They sit around and then they jump up and bark when someone comes and pee on the rug. But we'll change that phrase. How about like a team of sled dogs in the Iditarod? We'll say that. Pena jabs open your eyes and then follow-up jabs close them eyes. John Johnson, okay. First strike, Nunes via kick. And go, Scott. Well, at least I'm behind you then because I think I'm 20 seconds behind you. So if you guys can't see it in the chat, I'm going to go off my TV. I'm at 4:50. Scott already had the clock started. Amanda started off southpaw. She looks lean, bruh. And mean. See, that's a Gen Z thing, too. I had to watch it, hanging out with my kids too much. Amanda a little less aggressive with the striking, and she's in a southpaw stance. Pena staying low. Hands up, almost like turtle heading there. She's got the go-go gadget arms. That's the thing about her. They say that her reach is the same as Pena's, but she just has that knack for extending the arm like Weidman did against Silva. That little bit of extra length and catching people on the end of her punches. Like, she just has a knack for that. I hope I explained that right and did her justice. I think I did. And obviously, I'm looking at the TV off to the side. This will be a real profile pic. I mean, look, she's just, yeah, she doesn't want those leg kicks. Amanda in the southpaw stance. But I haven't seen Amanda with, I want to say she's not quite as aggressive as she usually is. We're at 3.5 minutes, at least on my Oh, nice uppercut. It's like a shovel punch from Amanda and a leg kick. But right back to the southpaw stance. There's the adjustment made by Nunes for this fight. Clearly going southpaw stance, and that's interesting. She doesn't want that lead leg to get chopped up, but she also wants to get in close with that right hand. So your power punch becomes your jab, but instead of the jab, she's throwing more shovel punches, which is like the half uppercut, half hook. It's interesting to see what she's doing here. Oh, a nice big right over the top from the Lioness. She's got the braids in. Both girls have the braids in. Pena landed a couple there, though, too. Amanda Nunes clearly does not want to throw that barrage that she threw in the last fight and gas out. You can see that here. Round 2, Pena going to knock her out. Pena round 3. Pena has nothing. How about play-by-play? Can't do play-by-play, Rod. We gets in big trouble for that. 2:30. Man, Amanda had COVID before the last fight. She had a couple knee injuries, and she's still in that southpaw stance. I'm at 220. I know, Scott, you're ahead of me, but I don't think anyone's seeing it in the chat. 2:10 left in the round. Nice jab lands for Peña. A lot of the guys in the chat like Julianna Peña, the Venezuelan vixen. Amanda lands a big right, knocks her down, but her momentum was taking her that way. So it was a little bit of the legs getting crossed and also the punch. We got a minute 50 that I can see on my TV. So we're going to go by that. I think I lagged a little bit and it put me behind and try to catch up in between rounds. Not an eventful round, actually. Amanda's landing that right, though. When Peña comes in, that's the southpaw stance. There's the adjustment. How brilliant is that from Roger? Roger Kral, her coach, took him with her. Lioness Gym. And now she's like dancing back and forth. But the southpaw stance from Amanda Nunes and leading with the right. And not just jabs, throwing that shovel punch. I mean, this is brilliant. Yeah. DC just said Julianna's afraid to enter because of the way Amanda's throwing that right in that southpaw stance. So I'm sure they're just hoping she can get back to that corner to make an adjustment on that, because the adjustment on that remains to be seen. Pena misses with a big right, kind of grazed her a little bit. Oh, connects with a big one, though. That was a big shot from Pena. Nunes still southpaw. We got about 40 seconds on my TV. Oh, Amanda's in range, though. Peña's getting closer. See, that's the beautiful thing about these fights. Amanda's an orthodox now. Oh, and she's getting tagged. Her nose is bleeding. Peña's ripping her up. See, she does not want to go orthodox. When Amanda goes orthodox, Julianna Peña's got her figured out, man. Amanda shoots. Oh, not going to get the takedown. Pena lands a knee up the middle. Oh, Peña's starting to land now, guys. Really starting to land on the Lioness. We got to fight again. It's looking a lot like the first one, even though Amanda, and now she's back. Amanda lands a big shot. Pena crumpled back into the fence. End of the round, and that's Amanda Nunes round. Clearly, you'd have to say. Man, oh man, what a round. Amanda Nunes came out southpaw and fought southpaw for 85 to 90% of that round, guys. And Peña's face on the left side is busted up, but Nunes took some shots too. Oh, man, her face is red, and she's starting to bleed a little bit, but she still has that look. She's got that look. Pena looks a little bit like the confidence isn't all there right now. I mean, I'm a big believer. I love looking at fighters' faces in the corners. I don't know how you guys feel about that, seeing how they feel about that next round. Let's go, Pena. 10-9 round for Pena. No way, Jekyll Hyde. You're insane. No way. There's no way. Amanda cracked her with a couple of big rights. I think that, and it's a 5-round fight. I don't know if we can catch this up, but Pena with some rights toward the end of the round. Mine is just starting now. Go, Scott. Round 2. Nope. She can't defend the takedown. DC's right. Oh, Amanda's throwing some kicks now. She's still in the southpaw, but Pena, she's really good at figuring things out during a fight. She did it in the first fight. She has, Amanda with a big right. Dropped her. Just bombed her and dropped her. I said second round TKO for the record, just so you know. Mike Beltran is the ref. I like Mike Beltran. He's a cool dude. His beard's not what it used to be, but it's still there. Amanda just decked her, man. And Peña's tough. She got up like a G. This is great. The numbers flying in the chat. Let's go, baby. Come on. Winner of this versus Derrick Lewis. Sweep the leg, Johnny. David Bailey. Dude, thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. But it's a team. We're a team at MMA Weekly. And we take a lot of pride in what we do, so thank you. And we appreciate my bookie being here with us. Oh, Amanda just dropped her again with, she was going backwards. She has so much. Like I said, she has the ability, and she does not want to go to the ground. She's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but Peña's strong. Amanda just decked her again. Peña's a tough girl. I mean, she's been dropped twice. Dropped. And I mean, like, decleated, if you're a football fan, by Amanda Nunes. Twice in this round, and got up both times. The Amanda fans going crazy in the chat. But Peña, man, I'll tell you what, that is one tough girl. The Vixen. And how cute was her daughter standing behind her at the ceremonial weigh-ins yesterday. Both of these girls are parents. Amanda and Nina adopted her baby, and Julianna had her baby the conventional way, but they both really love their kids. And Amanda's got some blood coming down from the right eye, maybe, side of the nose. This is awesome. What a fight. Amanda's staying in that southpaw stance this entire fight. When you make a legend switch their whole style, Julianna Peña, come on. Like how you got, no matter what happens in this fight, you got to give this girl respect. She went airborne twice. Airborne from Amanda's right hands. And she still keeps coming. And Amanda's got to be thinking at this point, after 2 fights doing this, like, what the hell do I have to do to put this girl away, man? What do I have to do to finish this fight? Peña just keeps on coming. Jeez, man. This is awesome. A lot of you in the chat still saying Peña, Peña, Peña. Oh, and she misses with a kick. I wonder why Amanda doesn't want to go to the ground. She goes orthodox for a quick second, and then it's like she realized, oh, shit, and she goes right back to southpaw. This is interesting with the new camp and the new coaching. I wonder why Amanda doesn't want to grapple with Julianna Peña. DC was just saying it as I was thinking it. It's true. It's true, it's true, it's true. A minute 40. Amanda lands another right hand. This is so much fun. Oh, Amanda with the shovel again. And then the left to back it up. The southpaw. Oh, the straight left knocks her off her feet again from Amanda Nunes. Damn. She is putting on a clinic tonight. And she does not want to go to the ground with Julianna Peña. That is interesting. She's got her reasons, I'm sure. Obviously, the southpaw stance in the striking is working really well. So, and Julianna Peña is super strong. She's a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, though. I mean, and a lot of that stuff doesn't matter. I mean, GSP wasn't a wrestler. He was a karate guy, but he was a great MMA wrestler. Someone threw a GSP Sarah 2 reference out, so I had to throw it there for you. The one guy who didn't lose, unless you count the Hendricks fight and the Condit fight that the judges gave him. But GSP didn't go out like Silva. Amanda eventually lost. Ronda had her aura ended by Holly Holm. Amanda's got inside of 40 seconds to get the finish in round 2. I said no later than round 3, but I did say round 2. Amanda went orthodox for just a second. Oh, she's feeling it in there. Moving those arms around, dropping them. Oh, man, she's feeling it. Amanda's feeling it. She feels like Peña can't do anything to her, but don't get cocky, man. We saw that with Grieshaber and Amanda did just get blasted by a right to the face from Peña. Now they're in the clinch. And Peña's so strong. So 5 seconds left in the round, and I think Amanda will be happy just to throw a couple knees in the clinch because she's got 2 rounds in the bank as far as I'm concerned. 2 rounds in the bank for the Lioness. Man, those punches. Peña missing with it. Amanda just cracking her. Knocked her down. Boom, with a big right, and then followed up with one on the ground. It's when Peña's missing with a right, and then Nunes backing up. Pow! Oh! Down goes Pena, I mean, just timber. And then a straight left on the nose, right down the pipe. Dropped her 3 times in 1 round. No 3 knockdown rule in this sport. No pillows on your hands either. There's my thing, Scott. I got one in. Peña's corner's telling her not to overextend her punches because she's leaning in on him, and it's keeping her there for a split second longer for Amanda to just pop her with that right from the southpaw stance. They completely threw Julianna Peña and her whole team off, man. Props to Amanda and her team for coming out southpaw. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody. I mean, this is like a Belichick defensive scheme right now. I'm loving this. Oh, come on, Ashton. Pena did not have round 1, Nashville. I don't think so. He's called me a dickhead. I don't know. Do I look like one? Does it look like one? I don't know. Who cares? Round 3 underway. Pena. Yeah, I think it's Nunes 2-zip. But, I mean, what do I know? They're Texas judges. The only thing they can judge there is barbecue. And it's great, barbecue. Go to the Pecan Lodge, Scott. Pillows on hands still do damage. They do, but not like this. Peña's not up 2-zip. No one cares if we're 10 seconds behind because no one's watching it. Trolls. Amanda's going to win this fight. I don't know. Pena just keeps on coming, though. At any point in time, she can finish Amanda. And it's so interesting that Amanda does not want to go to the ground with Julianna Peña with such a big advantage in jiu-jitsu. But I haven't seen the strikes landed. Texas barbecue sucks. Jeffrey, you're either from North Carolina or Kansas City, man. Jeffrey Holcomb, where are you from? Amanda is not gassing in this fight. She's not roided up, man. Come on. Don't you know they test for these things? Pena with a front kick. Close. Reminded me of the one Moreno hit Kai-Kara-France with before he finished him. Amanda just threw a shovel left. Oh, and those right bombs. Peña's coming right at her. And they're just exchanging in the pocket. And Amanda not giving an inch. This is a great fight. This is one of the best title fights I've ever seen with 2 women. And in general, I'm just saying, but in the women's division, 135 especially, this is shaping up to be maybe the best title fight you've ever seen. And Amanda gets the takedown. But Peña's got she's got a choke locked in. Nope, she's not going to get that. The arm's slipping off. Nope, not going to happen. She tried for a guillotine. Amanda's in top position, but she's not passing the guard. Legs wrapped around for Pena with the triangle. Now they're separated, but Amanda's just going chest to chest with her head to head. Peña's pulling her down. I don't know, guys. This is a lot of fun. It's a hell of a fight. They're on the ground now. Nothing's really being done. You could say if this continues, you could stand them up, but they are actively trying to do things. They are actively maneuvering, but Peña's in trouble because Amanda's a jiu-jitsu black belt and she's on top of her. But Peña's so strong, man. So strong. She's trying to triangle. Oh, no. She's not going to get that. Rogan just said if Amanda's in her guard like that, she's not taking care of business. She could get caught. Pena pulling her down. If I'm Amanda, I get up, man. This ain't going anywhere. Oh, Amanda with 2 big elbows, man. I can't call the fight, guys. I can't do play-by-play. Sorry. I'm doing the best I can to do it and not do it. Amanda's a great girl, too. You guys ripping her in there. She's actually a really nice person. And a big elbow there. No one cares about that in the chat. Peña's getting beat up, though. I mean, these elbows are doing big damage. She's tough and she's strong and everything, but Amanda's got to be careful. Don't get caught. Don't go, oh, he's got that arm. Oh, man, that arm is bent back from Amanda's got, oh, boy. Peña's bending her arm back. Amanda's in trouble there. She got it out. That arm looked like it might snap for a second there. What a fight. There's blood pouring out of Julianna Peña all over the octagon from the left side of her forehead. It's not in the eye area. Man, what a round for Amanda Nunes. She is just really dominating this fight. What a tough competitor Julianna Peña is. So strong. So tough. Just, man. Amanda is the best, says Erica. Peña's not trash. Wow, yeah, I would say Peña needs a finish. They just said it, too, for all you guys who are questioning me in the chat. They said it on the tele. It doesn't mean anything because the judges are the judges. And, you know, they're sitting at different vantage points, and they're not looking at monitors and things like that. But, and it's Texas. It's a different state. But it would seem to me at this point that Amanda's up 3-0. And Peña might need a finish. Might. But her face is beat up. And so is Moreno's in the last fight. This is awesome. Those elbows just do damage, man. They just do damage. Juliana's corner saying Amanda's trying to get you to walk into that right hand. Peña's face is completely beat up. Her forehead is lumped up on her way to Joanna in the Weili fight, the first one. I mean, it's lumped up. Her forehead is lumped up. She took some big elbows. Nunes has some damage to her face as well, but she's got some spring in her step. She's bouncing around. Man, UFC 277 live reaction show on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, powered by MyBookie. MyBookie gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. Use promo code Weekly50. Get a 50% half deposit bonus when you open up your account at MyBookie. Promo code Weekly50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. And Amanda goes chest to chest and just bulls her down on the ground again. She's got to feel really good about that. But again, she had that left arm in there and it got bent back. It looked like it might snap. Peña's plus 500 right now. Live betting. Amanda's got 2 takedowns and 1 million strikes landed. Paul says Peña will never be the same after this. Should be stopped. It's not ready to be stopped yet. I mean, it's a championship fight, and she's a champion with all that heart and the way she keeps fighting. Amanda's got to be careful, though, man. There's that arm again. The big right hand from Amanda. She pulled out that left hand. Peña had it bent back again like an armbar, but Amanda got it out and just bombed her with another right. I mean, she is, I would say Julianna Peña's got to be the toughest girl I've ever seen in the UFC, taking this beating like this. I mean, I can't think of anyone else. Joanna Jędrzejczyk and Zhang Weili. There you go. But they weren't getting hit by Amanda Nunes. Oh, the armbar. She's got to watch this armbar, man. It's bent back again. Amanda's got to be careful. Amanda Nunes is, I mean, she's in a fight, man. Peña needs some Hoist Gracie strategy right now, says Ben. Get up, Amanda, and stay on your feet. Let's go, Nunes. Julianna versus, never mind, I'm not going to finish that sentence. UFC 278, Trump versus Biden. No way. She's got oh my God, she's got an armbar. Oh, wow, Amanda Nunes escaped. I thought she was done there. She's playing with fire staying down there. I thought Peña pulled like the Anderson Silva Chael Sonnen last-minute submission, although it's only round 4 with 2:30 left. But Amanda's really got to be careful down there on the ground. Peña had her beat. That armbar was tight and locked in. Very close. And that would have been a shame for Amanda to lose the way she's fighting right now. But look, there's blood coming out of Peña everywhere. She's all lumped up. Her whole entire face and forehead are purple. This girl is getting beat up, and she still almost managed to win. She's so strong, so tough. Rudy Tomjanovich said it a long time ago about the Houston Rockets. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. And now my TV decides to lag. There we go. It happens. I mean, I feel like Amanda should be on the feet right now, but I'm not a coach, and you know what I mean? And she's just throwing elbow after elbow. How is Pena withstanding this? Oh, she tried an armbar, and Amanda flipped her over. I mean, she has a crimson mask. It's like a Ric Flair mask in the 1980s. Let's go, a Ric Flair match. Razor blades in the tape. Wow. Oh, and another big right. I mean, how is she seeing? She has a crimson mask. I don't know how she can see. And Amanda wants to take her down again. There's another takedown. I mean, oh my God. Pena is just bleeding everywhere. Her whole entire face is covered. This is unbelievable. It is. I'm looking in the camera. This is unbelievable, guys. I mean, I'm honored and privileged to be watching this, let alone in here with you guys doing this. The numbers in the chat are getting, unbelievable. CJ says, damn, you're old. Don't let the gray hairs fool you, man. Don't let the gray hairs fool you. It happens to all of us. Roman Reigns is the tribal chief. Oh, Beltran's going to stand her up. Oh, Nunes having fun now. She's got to stay southpaw. Oh, big body shot ripped by Amanda. And again, another takedown. Wow. Nunes. Oh, the significant strike numbers, 12-0 this round, but she's been on the ground. And that forearm into the throat of Peña. Wow. Then another elbow. How is Julianna Peña still alive, let alone still fighting? This is unbelievable. 4 seconds left in the round. That's it. Amanda's bleeding. She's got lumps on her face. Wow. Julianna Peña's bleeding and all lumped up everywhere. We're going to try to catch this thing up right now. All right. Yep, round 5 just started, Scott. Let it go. We're caught up. There we go. Thank you, Scott. Scott Peterson on site in Dallas doing great work. There we go, guys. No more bitching and moaning. We're in real time. Amanda with another big right, looking for another takedown. If she's got to feel like if she can pick her up, she's going for a double leg here. Scoop her down. She's got her. There's another one. She's got to feel like she can just lay on her and ride this one out, literally. Man, the chat's going crazy. Really appreciate you guys. Want to take a second to express the gratitude. I keep looking at the wrong camera because my camera died a long time ago. But this is unbelievable. What a fight. What a night. This is why you can never sleep on a UFC fight card. This main event is one of the greatest fights I've ever seen. Pena is one of the toughest people I've ever seen. How is she still fighting? 4 minutes left. I mean, if this thing goes the distance, are you kidding me? I had Nunes by TKO in the second round. And Peña's still working. She might have the armbar. She's working for a triangle. Nope, Amanda's standing up. Oh, still with the triangle. Legs are too wet, though. Too much sweat. Man. You're welcome, Tyler. Appreciate you, buddy. Oh, Darce. No, she's not going to gas herself out. And 3.5 to go. See, you know what? Amanda just had a Darce, and she let it go because she didn't want to gas out, and she didn't want to, lose all the power in her muscles trying to do that. Oh, Amanda. Oh, so strong. Amanda Nunes, a one-arm takedown. Like an Undertaker, more like a rock bottom. Kind of looked like a rock bottom. You guys know what a rock bottom is. More elbows from Amanda. Now she's in side control. Peña's so strong. Oh, this is unbelievable. You're welcome, Jay. Again, we got the post-fight press conference coming up. I'm going to stick around. Powered by MyBookie. The code's weekly50. Obviously, you're not going to bet on anything in the press conference, but we really appreciate them supporting us and being a part of what we do here on MMA Weekly, because there's a lot of work involved and a lot of expense and a lot of resources, and it's just a great time. And you guys coming strong tonight. Nunes is the best, says Kendall. Can't argue there. Amanda the Beast. Amanda's destroying her, but Peña's trying to roll over now, and she's going to give up her back. I mean, Peña does not want to give up. Amanda's looking for her back, and she's got one leg trapped, not both, and now Amanda will transition, and she's right back on top. Thought for a minute she was going for the back, maybe going to go rear naked, but the octagon is soaked in blood. Peña's crimson mask. Amanda's got her face pressed right up against it. She's got her face pressed right on Julianna's face with all that blood. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Everyone who says MMA is barbaric, they'll point to this because it's two women, but these girls are trained professionals. They're champions. They're warriors. This is just incredible. Smash that subscribe button, guys. Hit that like, that bell, so you know when we have new content. We're going to be doing a lot of cool things on MMA Weekly. New podcasts coming up. Live coverage of press conferences and official weigh-ins and ceremonial weigh-ins and live streams of the fights. And, man, this is crazy. Peña's been tired. She's been on her back for 3 straight rounds, man, and just getting pummeled by Amanda Nunes. But, you know, selectively striking. Not big numbers of significant strikes landed by Amanda, but really outstriking her. And she just landed a big right-handed bomb from top position, and she comes down. Now Amanda's got top position. Oh, no, side control. What is she doing here? Wow. Peña's going to make this thing go the distance. I cannot believe. If you bet this thing to go the distance with Nunes the winner, you're feeling good right now. Although, she's got the triangle and she's got the big, she's got the rear naked. Rear naked with the triangle with 40 seconds. Can Peña hold on? Oh, she gets away. Julianna Peña. What was that movie, Hard to Kill? Unbelievable, man. Just so incredible. We're not 4 minutes behind. We're right on time. 20 seconds left in the fight. Wow. That's got to be the toughest, by far the toughest title defense of Amanda Nunes' career. She's dancing on top of her right now. 4, 3, 2. Amanda's got her belt back. That's one of the most dominating performances I've ever seen in the octagon. From bell to bell. She's beat up. She's exhausted, but she didn't gas. She proved everybody wrong who doubted her. Everyone who said she wasn't the legend that they thought she was. Amanda Nunes is victorious. Well, it's not official yet, but anyone who would score it for Julianna Peña, you know, I mean, all the haters looking like clowns now. Someone just put it in the chat room. Yeah, for sure. All the haters looking foolish right now. Absolutely. 2-time divisional champ, Amanda Nunes, and she's right back to where she was, a 2-division champ, and right back to where she was, having defeated every champion in the history of the bantamweight division, except obviously herself, but she might have in the last fight. Julianna Peña's a G, though, man. Julianna Peña is absolutely, it's like mind-numbing to think about her level of, how do I even say it? Like just toughness. How about just straight up toughness? She had a crimson mask. They're hugging it out. The two of them, big time. And Julianna Peña said she would punch, kick, scratch, bite, claw, gouge eyes out, whatever she could do. She tried it all. And she almost pulled that rabbit out of the hat in that 4th round with the armbar, man. She did it in the 3rd round, too. She almost got her twice. But so interesting how Amanda Nunes and her team, I don't know whose idea it was. We'll find out in the press conference, I'm sure, coming up next on MMA Weekly, by the way, from Dallas. But the adjustment to come out southpaw, man, and use that right hand not as a jab punch, but as a shovel. As a shovel. Not the hook, not the uppercut. In between. Right there. Bang with that hip action. And Peña had no answer. She kept walking right into it. And then from there, it was the takedowns. And Amanda did not want to go to the ground with her early in the fight. But once she was sweaty, once the bodies were slick, Amanda Nunes felt good about that. And you know, Peña's so strong and so tough. So many elbows landed by the Lioness, too. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is crazy. Amanda's got her daughter That's pretty cool. Yeah, Roger Crawl. Man, oh man. I can't even begin to tell you what it does to me when I see greatness like that. It is rare, it is a treat, and it's something that proves to us what human beings are actually capable of. I'm going to be honest with you. Let's get the scorecards here. Yeah. Yep. 50-45, 50-44, 50-43. In case there was any doubt, man. 50s for Amanda across the board, 45, 44, 43. So one judge gave her a 10-8 round, another judge gave her two 10-8 rounds. And I ain't arguing with any of them. She dominated this fight. One of the greatest performances I've ever seen in the octagon against one of the toughest people I've ever seen in my life. If we go to war, I want Julianna Pena on the front lines, man, except she's Venezuelan. So she wouldn't be fighting for us. But I want her to fight. If the human race was on the line, these two girls would be on the front lines for me. I'll tell you what. Unbelievable, guys. Keep it here. You're going to hear from Dana White. You're going to hear from Brandon Moreno, and you're going to hear from Amanda Nunes. I want to hear what Amanda has to say. I'll relay it to you as quickly as I can. Arsenic 412, why don't you take some? Oh, my thing's lagging again. Respect to both, but I'm a #1 Nunes fan, Janie Garza. Art of Survival and New, the Lioness, baby. Amanda Nunes is back to being Amanda Nunes. Man, it's crazy when you think about that fight. I mean, what are your reactions in the chat? You guys are going to have to, I don't know how you're going to watch this. You got to figure it out. Joe's asking her about the change in camps when she left American Top Team. Roger Crawl, Rousey and Tate, he was in her corner. It was his daughter's birthday. Shout out, happy birthday to Roger Crawl's daughter. I saw that on social media. Great coach, by the way. Great coach. The Lioness, what do they call it? What does she call it? The Lioness's Den, her new headquarters. Shan Dietrich says, I knew Nunes would come back. She found her love again. Ana Silva says, Amanda Brazil, Amanda the GOAT Nunes, Militar QAP. They won't start the press conference, I don't think, until Rogan does the interview. But I want to remind you that you're watching UFC 277 live coverage on MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. Gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. You can take our analysis, choose from dozens of real fighter predictions week in, week out on MyBookie. Amanda Nunes, you had good numbers coming in on her. So if you were just going to go with the chalk, you didn't have to lay too much on this one. But I hope you enjoyed that promo code Weekly50, half deposit match up to $1,000. They'll be with us for the foreseeable future, and you'll be able to do this on MMA Weekly. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. The press conference will get started in just a minute. Amanda Nunes, victorious. Shevchenko posted on Twitter. Valentina posted on Twitter. Looks like Nunes copied my stand-up game. I mean, whatever works, right? So maybe we'll see a trilogy there. Amanda's happy, man. She's jumping up and down. She said she wants a beer right now. Someone give her a beer. She wants a beer. Give the woman a beer, man. Give her a beer. She's going to get a beer on the way out, man. We got the press conference coming too. Dana, Brandon Moreno, and Amanda Nunes, a happy lioness with a dominating performance to cap off UFC 277. A night of early finishes. Man, but not in the main event. Of all the fights to go the distance, that was not the one that I thought would. But I'm happy with my picks with Pantoja, Moreno, Nunes, and Drew Dober. Morono got the win. Drakkar close. Michael Morales stayed undefeated. Peña's trying to walk back and her hands up over her face. She doesn't want anybody taking a picture of her face. It's really beat up. Amanda and her team are still in the octagon. Unbelievable performance. We have our questions answered. What would she do once that aura of invincibility was shattered? What would she do once her legacy was put to the test and she had to come back and reclaim it? What would she do coming off a tough loss? Amanda Nunes proved it tonight at UFC 277. Live coverage here on MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. MyBookie gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. Use promo code Weekly50 whenever you're betting on MyBookie to grab yourself a deposit bonus, 50% up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. So we got the press conference coming up. Scott, how are we going to do this one? You want me to stick around, or are we going to do this live, or are we going to...
We'll just we're just gonna, you can take a break and we'll just go to the press conference.
All right, so we'll just go to the press conference. That means we got all the commercials in. That's what that means. That's broadcast ease right there from Scott Peterson. Thank you to MyBookie. Thank you, Scott. You always make me look good, and that's not easy to do. Great coverage from Dallas all week, and I'm going to wrap it up. So no argument from me. Dana White coming up. Brandon Moreno with a big comeback win over Moreno-France after he got lit up on the feet in the third round. He got the finish, so Moreno gets the win. Nunes with the beer. She's pouring it on herself. She's chugging it. She's got the 2 belts again. She's such an awesome person. I love her. Good to see her happy. But Julianna Pena, a gangsta in every sense of the word. Big night for the UFC in Dallas, and I'm gonna hang out here. I'm not gonna keep talking. For those of you who hate my voice and can't stand my commentary, Merry Christmas. But I'm gonna hang out and walk you through the press conference a little bit here and there, because sometimes you'll have a little bit of a lag. So again, Dana White's coming on the way, and also Brandon Moreno, and then Amanda Nunes. So looks like we'll be here for a while, but keep it right here. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 277 turns to the post-fight press conference right now.
Oh, thank you, my man.
I was gonna grab it, but then I was like, no, that's stealing.
I forgot to tell my brother.
Yeah.
Randy and Jason Straw, the comedians bring their brilliant blend of fun and appreciation for the history of combat sports. As they dive into the UFC Fight Pass archives, watch the series premiere free on YouTube after the fights, and all of season 1 on UFC Fight Pass. And don't forget, coming up in just minutes, you can catch a recap of all the action on the UFC 270.
Oh, who won all the SummerSlam matches? Oh, is this what you were telling me about, Matt? Apparently it's just they broke the ring.
Again?
Uh-huh. I can't even remember the Moreno figure eight.
Oh, I was like,
Just so you guys know, Julianna Pena is being transported, so she will not be back here for the press conference. So we're waiting for either Dana first or Moreno.
Holy shit. Huh. Huh.
do you think?
I don't know. I've never thought about it. top open? I can't get it to break. I use a magnet. $200 I had it for 3 years. So about 3 years. And this one doesn't, like, you need to plug it into something, right? Like to power it. You don't like need to plug it into a computer. What's this one? Well, USB, so yeah, that's a power. Yeah, this one doesn't need that. Okay. So that's why I kind of like it. So it's less cords. Yeah. But it gets hot. This gets super. This does. I didn't really feel that I had it in the back. It's not hot yet. It just started, but like probably this pressure on like your hand too. It's gonna be hot. Yeah. Oh, the other one? I have like another one too. That's like a big, it's like big, it's this, but like bigger. It's all right. This for sure is like this. Super stuff. It's like 5-10 years ago. I have no idea. No idea. I would assume so.
You're watching the UFC 277 post-fight press conference to be on MMA Weekly. I'm Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. I want to thank all you guys for being here tonight with us. What a great night. And Nunes outlast Julianna Pena, and she dominated the fight. But what an incredible performance by Amanda Nunes. Brandon Moreno.
She said, looks like Amanda decided
beats
to fully
France to win the Interim Flyweight Championship, and that was something that was really...
There's never been another
France had blasted him a few times in that third round, and Brandon Moreno came back with a kick straight up the middle to the body, knocked him down, and then beat him on the ground to get the finish. Derrick Lewis got knocked out, TKO, against Morono-France, and Alessandre Pantoja dominated Alex Perez, submission, neck crank, 131 of round number 1 after lighting him up on the feet. And Magomed Ankalaev, put some respect on his name, defeats Anthony Smith by TKO in the second round at 309 by punches. Anthony Smith hurt his leg early in the fight. I don't know if we have the official word yet on Anthony's injury, but Alex Morono beat Matthew Semmelsberger. Drew Dober defeated Rafael Alves. Shakar Close beat Garcia. Dante Mays lost to Hamdi Abdelwahab in Hamdi's UFC debut by split decision. Michael Morales remained undefeated. A really good night for the UFC in Dallas. A lot of finishes on the feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by TKO or KO, and one more by submission. UFC 277 here on MMA Weekly, the post-fight press conference powered by MyBookie. That's right, you're not going to get any bets in now, although you could hop in your time machine and go back if you want to and get that 50% half deposit match up to $1,000. Promo code is weekly50. We'll have him back for UFC 278 and 279. Man, just looking forward to that Kamaru Usman fight against Leon Edwards. I don't think Leon Edwards stands a chance. I feel like Leon Edwards is a bug on a windshield against Kamaru at this point, especially after what I saw in the Diaz fight. And I don't mean to take anything away from Nate, but when you get stunned by a slap, what are you going to do when Kamaru Usman goes full beast mode on you? I'm not really feeling Leon Edwards in that one, but you'll be able to get your bets in on MyBookie. They give you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. You can take our analysis. You can choose from dozens of real fighter predictions. You can do whatever you want. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Man, what a great week it's been. We've had press conference and the officials and the ceremonials. This is why you can never sleep on the UFC, guys. Every time you think card is not living up to your standards, remember, we lost the Paulo Costa-Luke Rockhold fight, which actually would have been, I think, really entertaining with former champion Rockhold, a top contender in Paulo Costa. I thought it'd be a great fight, but didn't end up happening. Kind of like Darren Till last week. I mean, it's been a tough couple of weeks with the injuries to Aspinall and Ortega, but this main event delivered and then some for the UFC. A legendary champion loses her belt. Her legacy is on the line. Another loss, and she's toast. Amanda Nunes comes through with a dominating performance over 5 rounds. Julianna Pena, man, might be the toughest girl alive. What a great night for the UFC. Again, the post-fight press conference is underway. We've seen everyone all the way up to Pavlovich, which means Brandon Moreno is on the way, Amanda Nunes is on the way, and of course the boss man, who just celebrated his birthday, Dana White. Those numbers just keep going up in the chat. Really appreciate you guys keeping them strong all night long. MMA Weekly, live coverage from Dallas. Keep it here.
Oh yeah, I briefly was on that on
I saw him, yeah, I saw him, and there was a guy next to him. I saw it, I actually said I did wrong. Yeah, I saw Keith. I just called him. Oh, way to go, Mark.
What's up, guys? The gate was 4.45 million. Highest single night gate in the arena's history. 21 consecutive sellouts. 19,442 in attendance. Performance of the nights went to Dober and Pantoja, and the fight of the night was Moreno and France.
What's up, Dana? Great main event. The scorecards seemed dominant, but actually in the real fight itself, it seemed a lot closer than that. What was your thoughts on the fight? And
I didn't think so. Thought it was completely dominant.
You didn't think?
I mean, there was 5 knockdowns in the first 2 rounds.
You didn't think any of the submission attempts at the end in the last 2 rounds? She could have got one. What did you think?
I mean, yeah, she could have. She didn't. There's a big difference between submission attempts and knockdowns. Not even comparable.
What did you think of Amanda's performance overall?
I think that two things. I think Julianna is tough as nails, and her will to win is second to none. I mean, she wanted to win. I think as dominant as Amanda was, and she was dominant tonight, I didn't think it was close any way, shape, or form. It was a complete shutout. But she still looked a little gun-shy to me, But, going in against the person who beat you the first time, I can see that happen. But, I mean, it's stupid for me to even say that. It was an absolutely dominant performance.
You think it was gun-shy, or she was just more conscious of her cardio and wanted to...
Yeah, I think she was concerned about her cardio probably because when you think about the way that she fought Cyborg, she usually goes in and throws tons of punches. She had Julianna hurt many times, had her on crazy legs a couple times, and never really went in for the kill.
What would you like to see for Amanda next? Or she said she wanted to take some time off. You think that's reasonable?
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. Co-main event, obviously Brandon Moreno wins the interim title. What did you think of his performance and that fight in general?
The fight was awesome. It was fight of the night on a great card with a lot of good fights. Moreno's another one. Tough, durable guy. Kai Kara-France was in there to win. He got caught.
So they're obviously going to do the fourth fight with Figueiredo. I know that traditionally we don't like to see those fights 4 times, but is that a fight that's so good we could just see it play out over and over?
10 times. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those unique, freaky deals where who doesn't want to see that fight again? It's just, yeah. And I'm the worst with that shit. I hate that stuff, If you got a guy who's up 2-1 or whatever, you don't ever need to see that fight again, ever. But this is just one of those weird ones that you can.
What did you think of the Derrick Lewis stoppage? Did you think it was too soon?
I think it was too soon. But to be fair, Murgliato's a great ref. The way that he fell, probably 9 out of 10 of the people in this room would have jumped on him and stopped the fight, so including me.
Last one from me. You have a saying that you put on fights every weekend. I don't know if you saw the news, but apparently not everyone can do that. The Jake Paul fight ended up being cancelled a week out from the bout. I wondered if you had any thoughts on it, and I know how much you love being asked about it.
Nobody can do that. Nobody can do it. And, I'm not going to sit up here and be happy or gloat that their fight fell out. I mean, both those guys, I'm sure, put in a lot of hard work and a lot of training to get ready for this fight, spent money to get ready for this fight. But I will say this. Just because you were an accountant here doesn't mean you know what the fuck goes on here. And doesn't mean that you can run a fight promotion company. I think that Jake Paul probably needs to get some different people around him. If he's going to stay in the sport, he needs to be with guys that actually really know how to put on fights.
What did you make of the whole, his opponent was too big and
I think they sold under $1 million in tickets and it cost $500,000 to turn the fucking lights on at MSG. That's what I think. Oh, not to mention the fact that hotel rooms in New York and transportation and everything else is very expensive. Yeah.
You would know better than me. Do they get that money back if they put a deposit on the Garden, or do they have to rearrange the date, or how does it work if you cancel out an event this close to fight night?
It depends on their deal with MSG. I don't know. That's up to them and MSG. I don't know what their deal. I know what my deal is. I don't know what their deal is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dan, right next to him. Is there an update on Anthony? I know he injured his leg. We didn't know if it was a break or anything.
What's the question?
Was there an update on Anthony Smith? He hurt his leg in the fight.
Yeah. Did anybody? Yeah. No fracture.
Then Ankalaev was back here. He called for a title fight in his last fight, ended up fighting Anthony Smith instead. He said he's
all right. Let me answer that question. Okay, where is that actually? He says, what do I got to do to get a title? Well, you were number 4. You fought number 5, right? I mean, it's simple math on how this is going to work. He's close. He's close.
Then similar position with Pantoja. He has wins over both Kai and Brandon when they were on tough. Who else is left for him to fight? Because now that you have the 4th fight, he seems to be the odd man out. Again.
It's true. And, I mean, that would be a no-brainer if he didn't just win the interim championship. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he's close. They're both very close. They're in good. You couldn't be in a better position than they're both in right now.
Yair was back here, and he said he wants to wait for Alex Volkanovski to heal, even if Alex goes after the lightweight title. Is there any update on that situation?
No. And you know how I feel about waiting.
Dana right here. Can you talk a little bit about the state of the 145 women's division? Because, at the press conference, Julianna was pretty critical about it, saying all the real fights are at 135, But Amanda said she wants to go up to fight at 145 for her next one. So, what's the realistic possibilities for her?
Very. I mean, we'll figure it out. She's the double champ. I love the kid. I have a great relationship with her. She's been amazing to work with, and I'll do whatever she wants to do.
And I know you don't like to make fights on the night, but yeah, is there anyone that readily comes to mind, whether it be like a trilogy with Valentina or someone else that comes to mind for the next opponent for Amanda?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Normally I would say, come on, man. That's not a bad idea. I mean, really, when you think about it.
Okay.
I'm not saying yes. I'm just saying it's not a bad idea.
Gotcha. And I want to ask about the decision to bring Figueiredo inside the ring or inside the octagon. We never really saw that.
It's, you know what? It was kind of an in-the-moment thing. And then when he got up there, I was like, well, that was fucking rude. We shouldn't. This kid is having his moment, and he's got Figueiredo standing in his face. But it happened. It wasn't horrible, and we meant no disrespect to Moreno, but came off pretty disrespectful.
Gotcha. And I caught you saying something to Kai before the announcement was read, or the decision was announced. What do you say to him, if you want to share?
It's just a great fight. Great fight. He said, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Question for you. I know that we have Amanda Nunes. She's the greatest female of all time, but where do you consider amongst all fighters in that conversation for the GOAT?
All fighters?
All fighters, male and female.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you asked me that question, actually. I still consider John Jones. It's time to start talking about Kamaru Usman. He's one fight away from tying Anderson Silva. He already beat John Jones and GSP. And now he's in his next fight, if he beats Leon Edwards, he ties Anderson Silva. So, yeah, he's in the discussion.
Right now, Valentina Shevchenko, she's #1 pound-for-pound female in the rankings. Does that change Tuesday and Amanda takes her spot back?
It's up to you guys. You guys decide those rankings, not me. But, Nunes and Shevchenko they're both two of the best ever.
Lastly, on the note of Pantoja, if we have that quadrilogy fight with Moreno and Figgy, would you make him the backup fighter for that?
It's a great idea. I like it, Shmo.
Figueiredo called for that fight in Brazil, and Brandon said he would be down to go to Brazil for the fight. Is there plans to go to Brazil next year?
Yeah, we're planning on hopefully going to Brazil next year. Again, see what this crazy world throws at us in the next 6 months.
Dana over here.
Yep.
The last time the UFC was in Dallas, there was 9 finishes out of 14 fights. This one, I believe it was 7 finishes out of 14. What does it mean for you to come back to Dallas after this long layoff, and what do you think of the event and overall?
Well, it was good to come back. I mean, we haven't been here in a long time. Sellout, incredible crowd, awesome city. We've had a blast here since we've been here. I loved it. I mean, I couldn't say enough good things. Everything here was incredible.
When can we see the UFC back in Dallas? I only asked that because I live an hour away from Dallas, so it's just convenient.
Got it. Well, we haven't left yet, but, I could see us coming back much sooner than 4 years. Much sooner than 4 years. I tried, just for the record, this is the first place I tried to come back to during the pandemic. They wouldn't take us. They wouldn't let me do a full arena. Houston would. So I went to Houston 5 times. So that's why it's been so long since we've been here. You done with me?
I'll get one more.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Julianna's got a big chunk missing from her forehead. She's going to see a plastic surgeon right now. Takes some time to heal, and then I don't know. I mean, she got pretty banged up tonight. I mean, there was like 5 or 6 knockdowns in the first 2 rounds. She was hurt. She needs to take some time off and relax, spend some time with her daughter, and then we'll go from there. Cool?
Dana over here.
Yeah.
What do you think about Hamdi Abdul-Wahhab's performance? He's now the first UFC fighter from Egypt, and now he's gotten the first win as an Egyptian fighter.
That was a badass fight, too. You're talking about two big dudes with some serious cardio, man. Yeah. What's the question? What do I think? I think it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you look at what's going on over in that region right now with not only this company but the sport, I said 10 years ago you're going to see some good guys coming out of this region, and now we're really starting to see it. So I just expect it to grow. We're going to first of all, and I'm glad you asked me that too. This made me think of this. Abu Dhabi is literally almost sold out. So for anybody that wants to get tickets and whatever, they're doing like VIP packages right now. Get your tickets now if you want to go. Number one. Number two, when I get there, I've been talking about this for a year. Now when we get there, I'm finally going to make all these big announcements that I've been waiting to do. Me and the government over there are ready to roll. We're ready to announce, so I'm excited. And once we implement all these things that we're working on over there, to your question, it's going to be huge for local fighters out there.
Yeah, and then what do you think about where do you go from now with Derrick Lewis? Because he suffered that first round loss, but it could have debatable that it was an early stoppage.
I like the ref, but I wouldn't debate that was an early stoppage. It was definitely an early stoppage. When you jump right back up like that and you're ready to go, and listen, he was a little rocked, but no more rocked than Julianna was. 3-4 times during the fight, and she fought 5 rounds. Murgliata made a mistake, and it happens. But, yeah, so I don't think it diminishes Derrick Lewis at all. I would have liked to have seen that fight go on.
So do you think he kind of keeps his ranking right now in the heavyweight division?
It's a good question. I mean, that's up to you guys. We'll see what happens on Tuesday after you guys do the rankings.
Thanks.
Cool.
Dana, following up here on the Dallas question. I saw an article on Dallas Morning News, I believe, where they talked about AT&T Stadium. And you said that, I guess that's a possibility that you've tried with Jerry Jones, but not yet. So is there a timetable for that venue, considering, Canelo has fought there twice, Manny Pacquiao, you're a boxing fan as well. So as far as AT&T Stadium, when can we possibly see that?
Yeah, we've been talking, Jerry and I for 10 years about that, but it's just, you just got to, here's my thing. I'm all about the experience. I'm all about the right experience. I'm not about throwing 100,000 people in a stadium to, like in here tonight. Even if you're in, the cheapest seats, you're still part of the fight. I mean, if we do it at Dallas, Texas Stadium, it's gonna be like watching guys fucking ants fight on this thing right here. You know what I mean? If you're in the wrong seats. And that's not the experience that I want. You end up watching most of it on the big screen. I like arenas. I like, I like tonight. I like feels like that. I like 15 to 25,000.
Yeah, I get it, absolutely. And obviously, at the time, I think GSP was here when you guys did a tour, and I can't remember who else, Johnny Hendricks. So also, would you need like the star caliber athlete for that as well?
Well, yeah, you need to sell 100,000 tickets. I mean, you can't just throw anybody in one of those fights. You got to have the right fight at the right time. But we've also had really good experience. Ronda and Holly in a soccer stadium in Australia was pretty awesome. The GSP fight, like you mentioned, that we did in Toronto was awesome in a big stadium. So I don't know. I like arenas better, though.
Thank you.
Yep.
Me, Dana. So whenever you pick a card, and you pick a location, like in Dallas, do you look at if that fighter is from the home state? Like you had Alex Morono, he fights out of Houston, and then you had Derrick Lewis, obviously, who fought out of Houston.
Fight promoting 101. The guy on the main card absolutely positively has to be from the place that you're holding the fight, okay? And then when people get so big that they turn into massive superstars, you would do it in Atlantic City, Las Vegas, or Madison Square Garden, right? And sometimes the Staples Center, depending. We were just talking What was it? Arizona that we were talking about that day. What was the nationalities? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. So think about this. What the UFC has been doing lately, right? We're in Arizona with an Italian from fucking Italy, right? And a kid from New Zealand. And it sells out and the place is going. It's just, you know, when you really think about how much we've changed the game on so many different levels, including the way fights are sold, promoted, and, you know, where they're held, it's pretty crazy, you know? Me, Crawford, and Tyson were saying tonight, imagine growing up thinking that you could sell out an arena in Dallas, Texas with 2 women and break the arena record where the Mavericks play. Think about that.
So do you feel like now you can sell out anywhere you go at this point? Is that how far, you know, the company has grown?
Well, we have been. I mean, we're on our 21st straight sellout. I wouldn't be as arrogant to say that I think we could sell out anywhere we go. But we're on a hell of a run.
Just going off of that, Dana, does that mean promoting has, in your experience, become easier as you guys have gotten bigger, or harder because people see how big you are and harder to deal with?
It's never. Let me tell you what. This thing is anything but easy. You know what I mean? It's why so many people, this looks so easy and it's fun. It's exciting to be around. It's you know, this is literally the dream job for all of us. I mean, you guys get to sit in the best fucking seats, cover the best sport, watch the best fights in the world. But it's not easy. There's a formula to this whole thing, and many people who are a lot smarter than me and have a lot more money than me have tried to do it and failed. I don't know if I answered your question, but it ain't fucking easy. That I can tell you. You deal with so many outside forces in this thing, from, you know, injuries to personal problems to we just go on for days with all the stuff that we deal with behind the scenes and that our lawyers have to deal with and our PR people have to deal with, and the list goes on and on. Good? Have a great night. Thanks, Dallas.
I'm glad Dana said it was an early stoppage. You're watching UFC 277 post-fight press conference from Las Vegas. Brandon Moreno, the assassin baby. Amanda Nunes, the lioness, as far as I know. Still to come. Dana White had a lot of interesting things to say. Some big fights coming up, man. Kamaru Usman and Leon Edwards. How about Dominic Cruz and Chito Vera? Dominic Cruz and Chito Vera in San Diego on the 13th. Thiago Santos. Anybody who has a hammer tattooed on their chest, I like that person. And, I mean, Jamal Hill. How do you not like Jamal Hill? I mean, the dude just take your head off with one shot. Very athletic, too. So it's awesome, right? We're UFC fans, and the UFC just keeps them coming for us. But it was a big night tonight. And I know this card got off to a bad start with Lionheart Smith hurting himself. The main card, anyway. The undercard was awesome. If you didn't watch it, I mean, Drew Dober coming through, Morono. But Anthony Smith hurt his leg and then got finished in the second round. But Ankalaev is a beast, man. That guy's going to get a title shot before too long. There have been some injuries there. And, I mean, look at the top of that division now with Yuri and Glover and Jan Blachowicz, and just an unbelievable division right now at light heavyweight. And it was down for a while, right? Alexander Rakic, who hurt himself in the Jan Blachowicz fight. And then what a night for Alexandre Pantoja. He wants a title shot. Look, you're going to get Moreno and Figueiredo again, right? I mean, he's got the interim belt, and that's what's going to happen, and it's the fourth. But, you know, I mean, some things just take a long time to get settled, but Pantoja's going to be right there, man. He is going to be right there. Pavlovich at heavyweight, moving up with a win over Derrick Lewis. Dana White said that was definitely an early stoppage. He likes Smirgliata, but that was a bad stoppage. I agree 100%. Actually, I would say it was a horrible stoppage. I would go one notch or two higher on the adjective. But Brandon Moreno got just pummeled by Grieshaber. He got taken down, and he got just 4 or 5 big time shots, busted him open on one side, bleeding on the other side, but the assassin baby coming through. I mean, this was like an NFL kicker, you know, like one of those kickers just coming straight forward. He took 3 steps and then delivered the kick straight up the pipe into the rib cage of Grieshaber and then finished him on the ground. And then Amanda Nunes with a performance for the ages against an incredibly game Julianna Pena. It's the UFC 277 post-fight press conference on MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. If you're still on the fence about where to play, you haven't been listening all night. Your next bet should be made with MyBookie. You can take our analysis, or in this case mine, because I'm yapping all night long here, but it's been so much fun. You can also choose from dozens of real fighter predictions, so you can always make an informed decision when you're putting your money on the line. Don't you want to do that, right? So many people don't. MyBookie gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. Use promo code Weekly50 to grab yourself a deposit bonus with MyBookie and make your bets now. That's promo code Weekly50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. And I got to double check on this, but I think you can get your bets in now. Look at Scott Peterson. The guy never gets tired, man. He's an Iron Man. Look at him throwing up new graphics at 12:39 a.m. Dallas time, 1:39 on the East Coast where I am. I'm used to the West Coast time, man. I'm spoiled. It would only be 10:39. I'd be hitting the strip in about 40 minutes if I was in Vegas right now. Arizona, I'd be chilling with my kids. I'd be up all night with my daughter and my son watching movies. But you can use that promo code MMA Weekly's promo code Weekly50 to grab yourself a deposit bonus with MyBookie. A half deposit match up to a G. 1,000, you get an extra 5 to bet with. Let it ride, baby. Just like the casinos. Let it ride. 100, you get 150. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. On MMA Weekly, the press conference rolling on from Dallas, a room full of media. It's too late to go anywhere or do anything. Just hoping they get a good night's sleep at this point. I've been there. I've done that. Hopefully, none of them have too early of a flight, because that sucks. And that's great analysis right there. But still to come, Brandon Moreno and Amanda Nunes on MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. Scott, if you can hear me, we lost the picture. There we go. MMA Weekly, powered by MyBookie. And we still have a strong audience. This one's going to do good numbers. You guys bringing it for us tonight. Really appreciate you. You know, you guys are great fans, and most of you in the chat have interesting and good things to say. And the rest of you, we love you too. But still to come, Brandon Moreno and Amanda Nunes. What a performance by her. I mean, it's almost hard to put it in words right now. The brilliance of Amanda Nunes. I mean, this is the most impressed I've ever been with her. And this is a woman who's bludgeoned legends, from Cyborg to Rousey to Holly to Miesha Tate. Poor Miesha Tate got murdered by Amanda Nunes. Murdered. You remember that fight, UFC 200? She literally beat the shit out of her and then choked her. So, Brandon Moreno coming up, and Amanda Nunes after that here on MMA Weekly.
sí, todo. What's up, guys? Sorry, I mean, this is so freaking sorry. Okay, let's start this.
Well, Brian, congratulations on getting the interim title. What does it feel
Thanks,
like to
man.
have a belt in front of you again?
Man, my goodness. First of all, I'm so happy, you know. Since my last fight in January in Anaheim, I was like very frustrated, like very sad, disappointment with myself, with my performance, because I said this before in the interviews, like I still thinking I won that fight, but you always has this battle in your mind battlefield where you are trying to put the ego behind and try to pass the page and try to learn about it. And at the end, right now, I feel I did it. Again, after the last fight, I start to make a lot of decisions, really hard decisions. I did a lot of changes. Obviously, it's part of the human beings when you don't know something, like something is scary, right? But something good about my career, I never had this scare enough to don't take those decisions, and I did it. And right now, I feel everything is in the correct place again.
Well, you guys won fight of the night, obviously, so it wasn't.
Let's go, money.
It was an exciting fight. Is that the type of performance you expected from Kai, given the time between both of your fights?
It was nice. It was an amazing surprise. It was I have a lot of respect for Kai France, and I had 3 fights in a row with Davison where he started to throw me a lot of trash talk, and then I start to get angry and I start to answer back, but was very very refreshed to be in some like interview against Sky or whatever when the guy was like very respectful with me. And yeah, definitely I was a little bit surprised with he was a little bit more smart in the middle of the fight. I knew he will try to make the counter after my jab, throwing the light kick. In my last fight against Davison, he killed me with the light kicks, but I was like working every single day and fix those mistakes, with James, with my coach Capetillo, with my coach Hoya, that part of the striking, and I did it, and I feel amazing in the fight. Obviously, the 3rd round was a little bit a mess, but we did it.
And the kick that put him down, did you know that you could capitalize on that technique, or did you just see an opening and took advantage of it?
Again, please, I don't understand that.
Was that the game plan, or did you just see an opening during the fight?
What, the kick?
The kick that put him down.
I don't know. I think it was part of his game plan, right? Like, he threw me. I mean, I was trying to throw the left to the head, but I had like my Muay Thai coach like, man, you throw the kick bad, so that's why the guy make the counter. Like, oh, okay, sorry. So yeah, I went to the ground. He connected me the elbow. I knew I had some troubles in that moment, so my mentality was like, okay, I need to save or try to recover this round, so I need to be a little bit more aggressive in the future.
And Figueiredo came in at the end of the fight. Dana was in here, and he said he thought it came off disrespectful. He didn't like how he came in and took your moment. I'm curious if you felt that way in the moment.
Ah, man, I don't care. I promise I was like ready to throw everything against him in that moment. He was in Dallas since like 2 days ago. I saw him in the lobby in the hotel, and man, I was ready to take the mic and let's go, motherfucker, let's go for the forward. But man, everything I say was real, man. My daughter, my older daughter is Madison. She has 8 years old. Man, now she understands everything, or not, but she will understand. And I don't know. I knew I had the opportunity to be a better example for her. I don't want it for her like, his dad doing stupid things in television, right? So I don't know. I just took the spot to, man, brother. I forgive you for everything, and please forgive me if I did something bad against you. And that's it. But don't be confused. I want to fight against you.
He wants to do it in Brazil. Is that something you would be interested in?
I don't care, man. We can go to wherever. If he wanna go to Brazil, we can go to Brazil. The problem is, he say he will be ready for the winter. He will be ready for December. But for example, the last pay-per-view of the year is normally in Vegas. So we'll see what happens in the future. I just want to fight before at the end of the year. I've been waiting for him a long time. Like I fought in December 2020, then June 2021, one more time in this year in January 2022. So I want to have one more fight before at the end of the year. Who's next?
Congrats on the win, Brandon.
Thank you.
Kai was talking about in the lead up that he was a completely different fighter. Did you feel like that he had evolved that much more from the first fight?
Man, he was smarter than the last fight. We were like watching his last fights against NASCAR, against Cody Garbrandt, and he started to feel like very confident when the other guy don't put pressure on him. But when the people start to put pressure on him, he started to feel very uncomfortable. So that was my game plan. But at the same time, he was like very smart doing the counter after my jab, throwing the light kicks. That hurt me a little bit. I feel like I fixed my mistakes from my last fight in January, and I closed a little bit my footwork, and I opened a little bit more my guard to try to defend his right hand. He's like, man, the guy punch hard. He's a little bit small, more than Figueiredo, but he punched hard with the right hand. So I don't know. I was just surprised he was a little bit more smarter, and I had some problems when I started to find my right distance. Bam.
And how was it to prepare for a different opponent other than Davison for at least the past 3 fights, even though it was a rematch still? But how nice was it to prepare for somebody different, and work with James? James is now a championship level coach, thanks to you. So,
man, he's how you say champion? What?
He's a championship level coach now that you gave him.
He's a championship level coach since like long time ago, man. That's why I went with
UFC top, right?
I went with him for that. Everybody asked me why I went with him when the new was, in social media or whatever. And like, man, I know maybe he doesn't have like too many champions like AKA or American Top Team or whatever. But I can see his fashion, and I can see he's a crazy guy, a nerd who loves this sport, and he will be like there trying to get that title with me. So that's why I took the decision to go with him. And for us, it was very refreshed, at least for me. Maybe not for James because it was the first time, but for me, it was very refreshed. Like, okay, different game plan, different phase, so let's go.
And I know you have more unfinished business, obviously, with Davison, but Pantoja fought tonight. He looked really good.
I know, man.
That's somebody that could be on your radar in your future. So what do you think what happens when you guys meet eventually?
I saw him like backstage. I saw him and we talked a little bit. Man, he has a difficult position because I'm the interim champion and Davison is the champion. So we need to finish that, right? But Pantoja looks amazing in his last fight against Roybal and this fight against Alex Perez. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the matchmakers, thanks God. It's a hard position. It's a hard work. But talking about me, I just want to finish. It's not like, oh, I want to fight against Davison Figueiredo again. I'm not excited. It's like I'm done with him. But it is what it is. He's the champion, and I want to fight against him. So I promise I just want to finish my business with him, and then the next challenger, I'll be ready.
And lastly for me, at the top of the show, Joe Rogan was stating that that Davison probably wouldn't be coming back, and that this fight was for the real title, but he wouldn't be coming back down to flyweight. So what do you think about that?
Man, it's not my thing. You see the guy when he arrives to the arena, he looks in another different division. But I mean, I don't. I was saying I don't. I want to stop the hate, but I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, man. But I don't know. Hopefully, he can be ready for December. That's it.
Brendan over here. Did you have any words of wisdom that you want to give to Kai France following his loss?
Sorry?
Like, did you have like any advice that you would want to give to Kai following his loss?
Man, not really. I went just with him, and again, I think everything is the same. Like I was like very happy to fight with other face, so that's why I went with him. Like man, I was like very grateful with him. Like man, you are a fucking gentleman. You are a fucking warrior. You are amazing. Thank you so much for this little war, man. All the success in the future for you.
And your last two fights haven't been in Mexico, but one's been in California, one's been in Texas. Which one have you had the bigger reception from the fans?
For me, every single arena was very special. Every single city, Arizona, man, was crazy when I won the title. Then Anaheim, man. I still very frustrated because I lost that one. A lot of Mexican crew was there, but I was very close to my city, to Tijuana. And this one, man, I saw the wave of the people, all the si se puede, like you can do it, man. Is those kind of moments is why I'm here doing this sport, man.
And who's gonna pay for your post-fight dinner? Is it gonna be Macio? Is it gonna be?
Oye, perros, ¿quién va a pagar la cena? Oh, Jason va a pagar. The bearded guy is paying the dinner. Awesome, bro. What's up? Hermano, pues nada, o sea, fueron un mar de emociones, o sea, empezando desde el enero pasado, ¿no? Por todo lo que comentaba del temor y la frustración y el coraje de haber perdido, luego viniendo hasta acá, el campamento, las decisiones. Entrando a Fight Week, pues entra el nervio, que es normal, o sea, creo que ya se ha dicho muchas veces, pero el que te diga que no siente nervios en este momento está mintiendo. Yo siempre estoy súper nervioso, y por más que me veas sonriendo y por más que me veas ahí pasándola bien, yo sigo teniendo muchos nervios. Toda esa experiencia, nada, me hace reflexionar un poquito en que por algo estoy donde estoy, ¿no? Porque a pesar de todos los momentos difíciles, he sabido pasar los obstáculos y creo que siempre el obstáculo ha sido el camino y he ido por el camino correcto.
¿Qué dice de tu carácter que en este caso enfrentaste adversidad en esta pelea y nuevamente pudiste salir adelante? ¿Qué habla de Brando Moreno en este caso de lo que es su persona como guerrero en el octavo?
Carnal, pues que soy mexicano, que soy latino y soy mexicano. Eso es lo que habla.
Brandon, right here.
Let's go.
Sorry. So is that move to Glory MMA, is that going to be permanent for you?
Man, 100%. Watch the fight. I did everything great. Obviously, I had problems, and my coaches was like with me, like, hey, celebrate today and everything, but we need to fix some little things. But yeah, I feel like I'm amazing with him. I love his energy. Brother, I love your energy, brother. I love your energy. We connect perfect, and I know definitely we can do bigger things in the future.
And then how do you think you've gotten better over this time?
Man, so my goal in this training camp was like be a mixed martial artist. Before I was like very focused, and I don't be confused. I love boxing. My coach Capetillo, I love boxing, coach. I love boxing. You too. But I'm trying to be not just the boxer of the division. I'm trying to be a mixed martial artist in general. Work with my kicks, work with my elbows, my takedowns, everything, the control. So I've been working, with my coach Hector Vasquez, with Hoya, with James. Man, so that's it. That's my goal in the future. Be a mixed martial artist.
And then earlier, I think this year, Adrian Yanez said he felt like he's the best boxer in the UFC. What do you say to that?
Man, that guy's a monster, man. That guy's a monster. Be careful the next opponent of him because Adrian Yanez is doing great and amazing things.
And lastly, from me, Kansas City barbecue or Texas?
Again? Jack Stack is really good. Man, I don't take Dallas barbecue yet. Recommend me a place, please.
I don't know. I mean, I'm from Houston, but
Damn it.
I've tried both Kansas City barbecue. I've tried Kansas City barbecue, and I gotta say it's probably the best.
Kansas City barbecue is really good. My only recommendation, try Kansas City barbecue. It's delicious. Let's go. Thank you so much, guys. Have an amazing night. Okay? Eat. Do whatever. That one is mine. Oh.
El más chingón.
Brandon.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go, guys. You.
Te queda muchísimo. Muchas gracias. Eres un ejemplo por eres un ejemplo por los chamacos. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva México! Bueno, porque está bien pesado. Raza.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you got it. I have a pen in here. Do you have one? Yeah. Seems like the whole time. I'll try to find like
You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC 277 post-fight press conference powered by MyBookie. I'm Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease, and one thing I know for sure, if you're still on the fence about where to play, you better make your next bet with MyBookie. You can take our analysis, or you can choose from dozens of real fighter predictions so you can make an informed decision. MyBookie gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. Use promo code WEEKLY50 to grab yourself a deposit bonus with MyBookie and make your bets now. UFC 278 and 279 coming up. Some big fights on those cards. All the parlays, all the props, you name it, at MyBookie. That's promo code WEEKLY50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Still to come, the Lioness Amanda Nunes to close the show. And I wonder if that press conference will be anything like that fight to close the show tonight at UFC 277 with MMA Weekly powered by MyBookie.
Guys, we got Julianna coming in.
Oh, wow.
Is this Amanda? Well, Amanda, congratulations on getting your belt back. Before we get into the actual fight, physically, how are you feeling right now? We saw you come up here with crutches.
Yeah,
couple things here, but I don't think it's anything that bad. It just like I heard it pretty bad right now. I didn't even know what it is in my eyes. But physically, like I feel amazing. I could go 6 rounds tonight, 7. So I'm very happy.
Was the minor injuries, was it a specific moment, or was it just the whole fight as a whole played a factor in it?
I have to watch again. But I don't know if I felt a headbutt too or something like that. But I'm not sure. I have to watch.
In terms of the fight, is that how you expected it to play out? The first few rounds, it looks like you were telling her to get back up frequently, and you were finding success. I think you dropped her 3 times in the second round, and then in the later rounds, you were willing to take her down and kind of elbow her and cut her open. Is that how you saw the fight playing out?
Yeah, all strategy. Everything tonight was all strategy. And the main thing was my southpaw. Who I know I'm gonna catch her with that tonight. I know she would be able to adjust that. She's not a striker, And when she started feel comfortable was exactly what I want. I wanted she feel comfortable a little bit in the fight till I started taking her down. So, and tonight was all about strategy.
When you did go out there as a southpaw, what did you see in her eyes when you surprised her with that?
Confused. She was so confused. And I'm not very good yet with my southpaw. Just was like, I talked to my coach, I'm going to try to see how I feel. And I tried tonight, and I feel good. And every time that I was to my original stand, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to the southpaw. So I was working, and especially for my takedowns, that I was waiting for her to get excited to want to kill me. So those moments I have to expect for her, because I know when she saw a couple times she connected too, and I know she's gonna really pressure me, and then I know I'm gonna shine in those moments with my takedowns.
Were you surprised at how tough she was? She took a pretty big beating. I know a lot of people thought the fight was close, but Dana was in here and he said it was absolute domination the whole fight.
Yeah, who say that? It was close.
The commentators were saying it was a good, tough, close fight, but Dana thought it was a blowout.
Well, I didn't even know who was commentating that. So, what was the question?
Were you surprised at how tough she was?
No, I know Julianna stuff. I know. I was ready for that. I could finish her, but I want to go 5 rounds with her tonight to prove I was better than her.
And how was the fight with your new corner in your new camp for your first time?
Amazing.
And finally, is the plan still to go up to 145 next, or would you like to see what happens at 135 to defend the belt again?
Let me see. I don't even know yet. Let's see what we're going to do. Have to talk to Dana to see.
Hey, Amanda, congrats.
Thank you.
When Dana was in here, I asked him about, what could possibly be next for you, when he doesn't match make on the night of fights. But I suggested a trilogy with Valentina, and he said he liked that idea. So what do you think about running back with her again?
Yeah, good. So she's a champion too. That would be awesome.
I don't know if you saw her tweet or not, but she did say that you essentially stole her whole style in the stand-up game tonight. So
that's funny. She have to put out there something to stand out, because right now as a champion, Valentina, she lost her last fight, So I really think if Tyler don't got those headbutt, that fight could be way different.
And one question about the fight tonight with Julianna, at the press conference when she said, she was going to do pretty much everything under the sun, all these illegal things in the fight. But there were some moments where we saw her grabbing your gloves, and I believe someone even said that they saw her trying to bite her way out of the choke attempt. Did you feel any of that stuff going on? And, did you say anything to her in those moments?
No. I want to watch again to see those moments. So it was very slippery too, It's I know she, I think the blood as well. I know was be able to get a good finish. And when I went to the rear naked choke, she was slippery too. She was defended as well, of course. But at that point, I say you know what? I just gonna prove it I'm better than her in every way right now. I'm gonna just hang out here. She tried to finish it, But that's I couldn't. let it all go, you know. Like it's like she did everything she could, but like I'm better than her, you know. I proved it tonight.
Amanda, I want to thank you for coming back here, you know, after such a war and feeling the way you do. You mentioned there's something going on health-wise that you're not sure about. What do you mean by that? Or like physically feeling after the fight? Or maybe
like couple things he was during the fight. So my foot, I have to see what it is. And my face too, there's recovery, like always. It was a war tonight, you know. I expect to like come out with something, but like it's gonna be fine.
You dominated the fight, all, you know, from start to finish. Probably Peña's strongest moment was the armbar. Did you feel it at all in any danger during that time?
No, I didn't. So I was just like getting my reader to defend well, and I know she's gonna spend so much energy with that. She put everything in that. I don't know, but like my arm is pretty good with armbar. It's not like my arm is. I don't tap it like easy with armbar. I know like I would get out of that. I just like let her like spend energy as much as possible to be able to dominate her.
At what point in the fight did you feel like I got this? Was it when you knocked her on her butt the first time, or
when my takedown was working, and I saw she was like not have anything to do. She tried everything she has, and then nothing worked, and then I knew right away I have the fight.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Champ, congratulations. You're clearly the greatest female to ever step foot in the octagon. What more do you feel you have left to prove to add to your legacy?
You know, I did everything already. Now I have the belt, and I'm just gonna keep it going. You know, so this is what something. This is something that's I have to do. Just keep going. You know, and I did everything already. I'm very happy, and yeah. Thank you.
Question over here. Looking back at the first fight with Julianna, would you consider that more of a fluke, you know, losing that fight because you had COVID and you had an injury? Would you kind of confidently say that was more of a fluke versus this fight and having, you know, a more prepared camp?
Yeah, tonight I was definitely prepared for that. My last one, I have a hard one. I have COVID, and I have to jump in camp right away. Right after, I still feel very bad. And I recovered from COVID during the camp, you know. Like, I didn't know how I'm going to feel after. Like, I didn't know anything. and during the process, I still hurt my knee, and it was just a mess. And I was be able to really get ready how I like to, you know. Especially for a girl that's very tough, you know. Julianna is tough. Give a lot of credit for her, you know. And yeah, tonight I was proving, you know, that was like a lucky day for her. You know, if she needed that, if she needed to become a champion like that, she had her time, but now it's over.
And then was the game plan for you to do more damage on the feet first before, you know, going for the takedowns later in the fight, or, you know, welcoming yourself into her guard? What was the game plan?
Yeah. Everything tonight was a game plan. Even like she's gonna go crazy, she's gonna connect, and she's gonna like come in with everything. And then this is the time we're gonna drop the level and then take her down. I know I'm more stronger than her. You know, my wrestling is way better than hers. My jiu-jitsu, my ground game. I just have to be precise in everything, like I was today. So, and I was. Literally, my body was like amazing. I could go 6-7 rounds, no problem. Like, especially when I started like do some damage in the floor with my elbows. So I give a lot of credit to her, you know. I don't have any bad blood. I feel like she helped me a lot, you know. I like the challenge. I feel like I function with the challenge. If I don't have any challenge to push me, to threat me, you know, Julianna is a very good threat, you know? So I bring the best of me when I feel trapped, you know? So like, oh shit, she might can do this for me. So, And I shine in those moments. That's why I really like those fighters that's bring the best of me in those moments. Talk shit, talk this, say all those things. I love that.
And then finally from me, where would you rank her jiu-jitsu amongst all opponents that you faced? Because the first couple of rounds, you didn't just jump into her guard whenever you knocked her down. You didn't just, pounce on her.
Was all strategy. I don't want to go in there. Why I have to? I might can knock her out if she get up. So I want to really make some damage and let she stay there, hang out there, and then wait for her to get up. And I just want to be able to prove okay, I can knock you out, but I can take you down anytime I want, and we can hang out here in the floor. You can try finishing me, but you can. I know how to defend. My jiu-jitsu is better than you. I'm a black belt, so my jiu-jitsu, my wrestling coach is right there, Patrick. So I have a very good wrestling coach. That's a guy that's compete since he young in college. So I know that it would be a very good adjustment in my camp when I call him, and then he drive 2 hours to help me. 2 hours, and we make that happen tonight, and I always be able to show takedowns and really make him proud too, and also Bobby too, that's helped me with my ground game and adjust everything. So that's talk to me oh, whatever you want, just call me. If we want to stay here all night, all day long, train jiu-jitsu, you're gonna be here. So thank you too, Roger. What I'm gonna say about Roger? Roger's always there for me in big fights, 200, Ronda Rousey, Valentina, many times, and he bring him back to my corner was easy to adjust, was I just make him a call and then let me know, girl, I make time, let's do this. And Nina, let's everybody know, that's helping me since day one. So I'm very happy to be able to have a good team.
Amanda over here. Do you feel like the first loss to Pena was a blessing in disguise because of how much you were able to grow from that loss and to become the best Amanda Nunes that you could be?
Definitely. That fight helped me a lot. I learned so much about myself in that fight. That's make me very strong after that. The fire, I was telling you guys the whole week, the fire that's lost the belt, give it to me was especially for her, That's why somebody that talks so much and says so many things. And for me, just making me powerful, All the words she say about me and everything, just making me hungry, a lioness. I say in the cage, when the lioness go for the first time to get the prey, then even all the time the lion get it, But I have to set the trap, and the second time I will get you. And tonight was the night, When I look at her in front of me, say this is my food. I'm a lioness. Thank you, guys.
Hey Ben, it's Jeff Miller in Dallas, and you should have the right through on the UFC.
Even Dana, she was just tough. She never out.
Yeah, she did. That's my first
It's about like an hour. I'm gonna stay at the hotel and just sleep tomorrow morning.
You've been watching the UFC 277 post-fight press conference on MMA Weekly. What a night for us with the live reaction show and then the press conference powered by MyBookie. What a night for Amanda Nunes, Brandon Moreno, and everybody else who ended up victorious at UFC 277. If you're still on the fence about where to play, don't be. Make your next bet with MyBookie. You can take our analysis, or you can choose from dozens of real fighter predictions so you can make an informed decision. MyBookie gives you skin in the fight and the picks you need to win. Use promo code WEEKLY50 and grab yourself a deposit bonus with MyBookie. Make your bets now. That's promo code WEEKLY50 for a half deposit match up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Good night, fight fans.
So we have till about 3.
3? Damn.
I'm just calling to say I